everyone.
Hi.
Welcome to ELISS 2021, ELI Summer School. It's a joint event of 3 laser facilities, ELI-Beamlines, located in the Czech Republic, ELI-Alps, located in Szeged, and ELI Nuclear Physics, located in Romania. More information about these facilities you will receive during this morning program. My name is Michael Vích, and I am responsible for the communication of ELI-Beamlines, and this is Gabriele Grittani.
Hi.
He is just the leader of the committee who is organizing ELI Summer School. Gabriele, what did you prefer for our participants?
Yeah, so hello everyone. It's great to see you, all of us. And so today, as Mick already said, we're going to start introducing each of the ELI pillars. Then in the afternoon, we'll continue with the lasers. Tomorrow, we will switch to particle acceleration by lasers. Then on Thursday, we'll go to laboratory astrophysics and high energy density physics. And we'll conclude on Friday with the bio application of high power lasers in the bio world. But that's not all of the story, because we prepared small workshops to increase the engagement of you students. And also we have a poster competition and a final test, which will happen on Thursday evening, where we'll have some nice prizes for the best performing students. So I wish you a great ELI Summer School and enjoy.
Okay, thank you, Gabriele. And now it's time for the official opening of ELI Summer School. So I would like to invite 2 people. One of them is Alan Weeks. He is the Managing Director of ELI-Eric, and then will be Roman Hvězda, a Director of ELI-Beamlines.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the ELI Summer School. My name is Alan Weeks, and I'm the Director General of the ELI-Eric. And I want to welcome all of you this week. And before we get too deep into the studies, I want to tell you a little bit about what ELI-Eric is. So, even before I do that, I want to tell you a little bit about how ELI-Eric and how the ELI facilities came about in the first place. And it really goes back to the early 1980s, when laser technology had reached a level where a certain level of energy or power could be reached, but then at a certain point, there was so much energy that the laser system simply couldn't handle all the power being fed through them, and they would blow up or explode. About that time, one of the pioneers in lasers was a man named Gerard Moreau, and he was working with one of his postdoc students, Donna Strickland, and they came up with the idea to apply a technology known as chirp pulse amplification to laser technologies. And this was not a new technology in the sense it had been used in radar systems, etc. But the idea of applying it to light and applying it in a laser setting was new. This was Gerard's breakthrough idea, but it was really Donna who did most of the work and figured out really how to implement that into a laser system. So this was very important, because this approach to lasers, this idea of using chirp pulse amplification, was what allowed us really to move from lower power and lower energy lasers to the petawatt class lasers that you see today at ELI, which opens up a whole new range of science and what we call extreme light. Just to tell you a little bit now about ELI-Eric, and this is the organization that is governing the ELI facilities. And it's an international organization. It's a new legal form formed under the European Union. And what it allows is a kind of international organization, in our case, one that has members of the 2 host countries, the Czech Republic and Hungary. We also have the Italian Republic and Lithuania as full members, and the Federal Republic of Germany and Bulgaria as observers, who will become members in the future. And as ELI moves along, we'll see more and more countries joining ELI and opening up the possibility for their scientists to come and use the facility. I should also, and I will tell you a little bit later, we have another facility being built in Romania, and we would expect that Romania will also become a member of the ELI-Eric consortium in the future. Europe is already a leader when it comes to high-class lasers, so the fact that ELI is being built in Europe already builds on a long tradition of more than 20 years in Europe. In fact, if you look around the world and you look and see the laser base, where are all the large-scale, high-powered lasers in the world, you'll see the majority of the power in terms of petawatt-class lasers, terawatt-class lasers is in Europe. So really ELI is just a continuation of that. It continues to put Europe at the competitive edge, far ahead of the other parts of the world. And particularly when we talk about lasers that scientists can come and use. So we're not interested just in breaking records here at ELI. We're actually interested in being able to create facilities that you as scientists can come and use and actually have access to these facilities. Just at ELI alone, we plan to have 3 10 petawatt class lasers and altogether 5 petawatt class lasers. Ultimately, that will be by far the most concentrated research facility using high power lasers in the world. Let me tell you a little bit about the ELI-ARC facilities, and I'm going to start with ELI-Alps, or ELI-Beamlines, sorry, which is where you all are. And ELI-Alps and ELI-Beamlines are the 2 ELI-ARC facilities, one located in Szeged in the southeastern corner of Hungary, and then of course here just outside of Prague in Dolní Břevany where the ELI-Beamlines facility is. So these 2 facilities are nearly 30,000 square meters each. Each one of them would already represent one of the largest laser facilities in the world. The 2 of them together is by far cutting edge and state of the art. Now the mission of ELI is really to have an impact also on science but also on society. If we look at the ELI-Attosecond facility, this is a very specific facility that focuses on very short pulses when it comes to lasers. So really in the low femtosecond to attosecond range using ultra-fast time scales. So this is really a world-class facility in terms of not only the sources of the lasers, but the building itself enables a very stable environment to be able to have very reliable laser systems. In addition to that, there are additional laboratories like a biology lab, as well as workshops to help facilitate the development of certain instruments and experiments for the users. If we look at the facility in more detail, it's a little bit hard to see on this chart because everything's so, but the main idea is to give you that there are a number of different lasers. We have the Silos laser, which is really the flagship laser of ELI. We have also the high harmonic generation taking place with the next generation Silos laser. There's a 2 petawatt laser that will be based here using 10 hertz. As well as a range of other lasers here. The idea is that, of course, you can use a single laser or you can create an experiment combining several lasers together to be able to realize your experiments in the very ultra-fast domains, or also using kind of pump probe experiments together with a petawatt class laser with multi-hertz repetition rates. The ELI-Beamlines facility, where the seat of ELI-ARC is, as I said, just outside of Prague. It's an international facility that is really a combined facility with a number of different sources, from high power to high repetition rate, lower power. Again, with the idea that we can go everywhere from 10 petawatts down to a petawatt multi-repetition rate laser to very high repetition rate terawatt class lasers, as well as secondary sources. I didn't mention that at ELI-Alps, but of course these lasers, not only are they the primary sources for experiments, they're also driving secondary sources like ion accelerators or electron accelerators. You'll get a tour of the building and you'll get to see these things more up close, but important to know that the infrastructure of the facility is at the top floor. We have the lasers more in the middle floor, and then the experimental stations down in the basement, and the laser transports bringing the different sources to the experimental stations depending on the experiment. Now at this facility we see a broad range of science, from material science to biomolecular applications, X-rays, as well as plasma high field physics, which is really a specialty of the facility, and particle acceleration. So let me talk just a moment about how you as a user can come to the facility and actually have the chance to visit the facility, use it, and have access to these different sources. So ELI-ARC is an open international organization, and the access to the facility is based on the merit of proposals. So if you are able to make a proposal that goes through a peer-reviewed process and it's recognized that this would be a very interesting experiment to have at ELI, then we help you to make that happen. And this excellence-based access approach is normal. This is the way that many large research infrastructures like synchrotrons and neutron sources work. And once those experiments have been executed and the data is collected and they've been published, then we expect and we hope that those papers will be open for all of the scientific community to be able to read and published in such a way that the data can also be available for other scientists after a certain embargo period. We do have a second mode of access, which is pretty specific to ELI, which is we call mission-based access. And these are where we really pick out theme areas of access where we look and say, well, there's a certain kind of scientific challenge that we would like to address. We think there's a certain issue, for example, how to make clean soil or how to work on problems related to cancer. These are issues that we consider to be mission-based. Maybe a mission could include how to work on lasers and improve the performance of certain laser components. In this mode of access, we create special experimental campaigns that are developed together with the staff of ELI-Eric, also go through a scientific review process, but ultimately they help us to achieve these scientific challenges and missions, and this in a way enables really applications that go even beyond sometimes pure science or pure research, but really get into the application in ways that we can impact a broader society, industry, etc. There is also so-called proprietary access. So if a company or an institution or organization wants to have access for very specific reasons and they want to just simply pay for access to the beamlines, that's also possible. In most cases, when companies do proprietary access together with our researchers, we work together on a contract basis, and the data that they collect afterwards, they take and use in their own missions, whatever that may be, and in their own organizations, companies, whatever the case may be. But the data really belongs then to the user because they've paid for the beam time. Oops, wrong direction. I should just say a few words about another facility, which I hinted at the beginning of my talk, and that's the ELI nuclear physics facility in Gabriele, Romania, which is still being built, and it's just outside of Bucharest at the IFN-HH, one of the largest nuclear physics laboratories in Romania. And it's also an enormous facility, over 30,000 square meters, really focused and specialized on very high intensity laser pulses where they have 2 petawatt class lasers combined with a LINAC accelerator source that provides very high energy gamma source beams. And this is really one of the first facilities, it's not the very first facility, dedicated to the growing and expanding field of what we call nuclear photonics. And this is a field that combines photoscience, lasers, extreme light, together with studies of nuclear processes, and really gets into the basic kind of questions about origins of the universe, as well as things related to high field studies or plasma or other really, really intense kind of sciences that require sources that are extremely concentrated. So 2 petawatt class lasers focused together with a gamma beam on a target, creating very extreme conditions for experiments. This facility is the third of the sisters of the ELI facilities, or what we call the pillars, and is expected to come online in 2023. And as we are already in discussions right now with the Romanian government and the management of IFN-HH for ELI nuclear physics, or what we call ELI-NP, to join ELI within that time frame. So really laser-driven acceleration, exotic nuclei, photofission, as well as just exploring the limits of the vacuum. When we talk about particle creation, this is an important fundamental area of science. So I should just say a few more words about ELI-Eric in terms of its impact on innovation and technology. So obviously the science that's done at ELI-Eric will have great impact on the future of the way that we may look at certain materials, or the way that we may approach certain medical questions. It's very, very interesting to see how lasers are having an impact on compact accelerator sources. But at the same time, while we're building ELI, this is already having a huge impact on industry, particularly laser industry, because in order to be able to realize the lasers that ELI is already putting into its facilities, these companies that we work with are really pushing the state of the art. And as they explore the state of the art with us, and as we demonstrate the capabilities of these lasers, then they will be able to take those lasers and eventually get them to be more reliable and find ways to offer them to a much broader market. And the laser market is a really expanding field. The development of technology in this area is expanding. We expect to see continued growth in this field, and we expect to see that ELI will always play an important role in this. But what's maybe also important for many of you is ELI is a training ground for future scientists and technicians in this field. So while we have over 600 scientists at the 2 ELI facilities and experts and people supporting those people, we also imagine a great number of scientists, engineers, technicians who will come to ELI, train at ELI, and then eventually move on to industry or to other fields, so that Europe will have a very strong base, and particularly the region of Central Europe will have a very strong base in terms of laser technology and laser know-how. These experts are very essential, and we believe that the Czech Republic and Hungary in particular will be leading in this field within a few years. I'd just say one more final thing about an important project that we're running at ELI together with some of the leading partners around Europe, and this is the Impulse project. This is a Horizon 2020 project with 15 partners in 10 different countries. It started already almost 9 months ago in November of last year and 2020, and this is a 42-month project for 20 million euro, which is a very important project in terms of bringing these ELI facilities together. Right now, they were constructed as 3 separate facilities, but the vision for ELI is to be one facility that's really the flagship facility for high-energy laser science throughout the world. And together, we're working with partners in Spain, in Portugal, in the UK, Germany, Greece, Italy, just to name a few, as well as the ELI facilities. This is a really significant project. It's probably one of the biggest European supported projects, other than the construction of the ELI facilities, in this field. And together we're working to find ways not only to manage ELI together, but also to have an impact on how all the large-scale laser facilities in Europe are operated together. So if you need more information, then please, of course, talk to me if you see me here, or talk to some of my colleagues about ELI, but you will learn all this week about how we can bring you to ELI to do research here, and we're very excited that all of you will have a good week here, learn more about it, and become part of the ELI community. So thank you very much.
Hello everyone, welcome virtually at ELI-Beamlines facility, one of the extreme light infrastructure facility. We have happily accepted the role to organize this year ELISS, stands for Extreme Light Infrastructure Summer School. That's after 1 year break, having again this great opportunity. The COVID situation still did not allow us to welcome you here in person, on site, but the technology, on the other hand, allowed to bring more people on board, and in fact, we are very excited to have more than 300 participants at this year ELI Summer School. ELI-Beamlines is a brand new large laser research facility built to serve openly to the best scientists worldwide. I believe the summer school should give you a very nice opportunity to get a bit more insight about laser science, laser technologies, and their use. As an integral part, we are organized as an integral part of ELI mission. We organize this summer school to attract talented students from all over the world to become our future users, collaborators or co-developers of the key technologies we need to run the facility, or maybe even our future colleagues. You will hear more details about the job opportunities from my colleagues after my talk from our HR team. If you look at the agenda, the program of the summer school, I think we have selected very interesting topics, great speakers from the best scientists from the ELI team, but also from other great institutions and universities. I hope this will get you great insights to the science, but also you will receive inspiration and excitement. Let me thank to the organization committee for the work. I hope that it will be an effective and successful event. Be active during the sessions. We try to arrange it as interactive as possible, and enjoy this year's summer school.
Hello.
Hi everybody.
I would like to welcome you on behalf of HR department of ELI-Beamlines. We are providing support to our employees in the area of human resources, and our main issues we are dealing with are recruitment and selection, onboarding and adaptation, training and development, and motivation of our employees. We employ approximately 330 employees from more than 30 countries around the world. We are opening every year internships programs for university students to give them the opportunity to turn theory into practice. In case you are finishing your studies at university, we also have options for you, such junior researcher positions, postdoctoral fellows positions, or junior engineering positions. All open positions and internships are posted on our website, so if you are interested, please watch our website or contact us directly by email to obtain more information.
This year we have opened 30 internship topics for students across all kinds of universities, not only within the European Union, but also outside. We have many options for you, for students, in many departments of ELI-Beamlines, and the department with the most open topics for our interns is the Department of Radiation Physics and Electron Acceleration. We also have many topics and options for students who are interested in laser systems, and not only for students who are still studying and would like to do a summer internship, but also for postdoctoral fellow positions where the L1 Allegra system position is currently open. So I would like to encourage you all to look at our website, to apply if you are interested, and next year we are definitely opening many other topics which I think you would find very cool. So thank you so much, and I wish that you enjoyed this year's ELI Summer School.
Enjoy.
And now is the time for the first presentation. The overview of ELI-Beamlines facility will present Gabriele Grittani.
Morning everybody. Thank you, Michal, for the very kind introduction. And I have the honor of giving the first lecture of this ELI Summer School 2021 edition, which will be online, as all of us saw. And yes, so let's get started. I'll tell you about I will give you an overview of the status of ELI-Beamlines facility, which, as was already introduced, is one of the 3 ELI pillars. I am Gabriele Grittani. I am the leader of the Electron Acceleration Group, and I'm working as deputy head of the already mentioned by HR Department of Radiation Physics and Electron Acceleration. So let me give you, let's start with some introduction about ELI. It's never said enough times. So ELI, which stands for Extreme Light Infrastructure, is going to be the first laser research infrastructure worldwide as a result of a coordinated effort from multinational scientific laser community. So all the scientific details were very extensively written in the White Book, which was published already 10 years ago. Seems like yesterday. And in this nice picture, you can see rendering of the location of the 3 different ELI facilities, and we are the northernmost and westernmost one in Prague. Then there is kind of Szeged in Hungary in the middle, and then the one in Magurele in Romania, which is the most to the east and south. So as ELI as a whole, we are let's say already cooperating between the 3 facilities, and we really want to begin a new era of fundamental science and societal applications, and further grow an already existing very strong scientific community in the field of high power laser facilities and science. And last but not least, we want to be a cornerstone of the European scientific excellence. Said that, I mean, I must say again, since already everybody of us is saying since a few years, that we still celebrate the 2018 Nobel Prize in Physics, which has been awarded to 3 outstanding scientists, Arthur Ashkin, Gerard Mourou, and Donna Strickland. And why I have to mention this? Because Gerard Mourou and Donna Strickland, as said previously by Alan, are the fathers of cheaper pulse amplification. So basically, thanks to their work, today we can have ultra-short laser, which were already existing by the time, but we can have them amplified, so we can reach very, very high peak power, which, as I will show you in the next slides, allow us to make very, very exciting experiments. Done with the introduction about ELI, and then let's focus on ELI-Beamlines, which is, out of the 3 pillars, is the one dedicated to high energy. Energy in terms of laser, but also in terms of the generated radiation. So in this picture, you can see our research facility, where we moved in actually 6 years ago, in August 2015. And we are located just a couple of kilometers south of Prague, next to the, close to the airport, and let's say within half an hour driving from the airport and the city center, which makes it a pretty convenient location for as a user facility. Moreover, ELI is located so in this village, which is called Dolny Brezhany, which is actually recently being renovated, and it's very pleasant. And in this area, in the south of Prague, there are already growing more and more research facilities. And here I should mention the BioCEV facility, which is comparable size to ELI-Beamlines, and is all about biology. So we already have different projects together, and we aim to exploit this synergy, basically. So at ELI-Beamlines in Dolny Brezhany, in the Czech Republic, what is our, let's say, uniqueness? We have 4 different unique high-power laser systems, high average power and also high peak power, which I will introduce you in short time. And these 4 laser systems, which are outstanding by themselves, are then brought for experiments into 6 different experimental halls, where different sources of radiation are produced. So this is a recent picture of the ELI-Beamlines facility took with a drone a bit from the top. So you can see that the building is divided into 3 parts. We have the multifunction building, where there are the offices, canteen, conference hall, and actually where I'm sitting right now. Then there are some labs where we have, for example, target manufacturing, electronics, and characterization of diagnostics and calibration. And then we have a very, very big, more than 100-meter long laboratory building, which is divided into 3 floors. And that is where the magic happens, where we have the laser systems and experiments. So this is the footprint, as you can see, exceeds 100 by 100 square meters. So 10,000 square meters. Plus, clearly parking lot. And here you can see next to, we have another scientific project about the lasers, which is called ELISS. And they developed different lasers for industry. And we have also a good collaboration with them. It is natural, we just sit next door. And here there is also a startup center where at the moment there is a very successful X-ray company, and we have some collaboration in the field of imaging. So this is the status as of today, but we have a very big plot which is extending further in this direction, where already we have some storage and some workshops, and this basically gives us room for future upgrade of the facility. Plus, as you can see, we are in the outskirts of Prague, so yeah, I mean, the facility is, as of today, very, very promising. So, said about the facility, let's have some words about the staff, because we are an international project, therefore I expect everybody to think that we are international as staff, and that is so in fact. Here you can see the share of international employees, starting from the very beginning of the project until basically a year ago, and you can see this being growing through years, and now we are kind of stabilized in about a third of international employees. And here it should be stated, as you can see in this graph, that it's not all about scientists, but we have several people working in the admin, technicians, engineers, and the research assistants, basically. So in this graph, you can see all the nationalities which you have. It's more than 30, if you have the patience to count all of them. Clearly, the vast majority are Czech. It's about 2/3, because we are in Czech Republic, and it is natural. But we have a very interesting diversity in terms of countries, and basically different continents. Actually, all of the continents are represented are working actually at ELI-Beamlines. Also important topic, we have almost a quarter of female employees, so this is definitely getting better in the last years. And as of today, actually as of a few months ago, we had more than 300 employees, around 332 employees. Not all of them are full-time, so in terms of full-time equivalent, 310. So this is the size of the staff of ELI-Beamlines. And here I should mention the HR Excellence in Research Award and project, which is ongoing. Now let's focus let's get to science, and let me introduce you the ELI-Beamlines research teams. So from the stuff which was just presented, I will now specify more the different research teams and how the work is, the scientific work is divided. So the facility director of ELI-Beamlines is Roman Viezda. You just, a few minutes ago, you heard from him. Then we have the scientific director, Georg Korn, which has been extremely active in setting up the research programs in the last 10 plus years. And there are, as of today, 5 main research teams. There is the laser system research team led by Dr. Bedřich. And this laser team is taking care of the development, running, and maintenance of the 4 unique laser systems, L1 Allegra, L2 Duha, L3 Happels, and L4 Aton, and also is taking care of optics development, which is a very important topic for the success of ELI-Beamlines facility. Then there is the research team on radiation physics and electron acceleration, which is led by Professor Sergei Bulanov. And in this research team that I'm part of, so I hope to be objective, we do work on soft to hard X-ray production. We have a Lewis beamline, which is aiming to produce first undulator and then hopefully in future free electron laser radiation. We have electron acceleration through the mechanism of laser wake field acceleration. And there is the High Field Science Project, which is aiming to do experiments in the field of fundamental science. Following research team I would like to talk to you about is led by Dr. Daniele Margarone, and is the ion acceleration and applications of high energy particles. In this team, they focus many lasers, and they work on proton and ion acceleration, not only for improving the acceleration process itself, but also with a lot of attention towards societal applications. Now let me introduce you the research team on structural dynamics, which is led by Dr. Jakub Andreasson, and is strictly linked with the ELI-Bio project, which is led by Professor János Hajdu, where they work on biomolecular application and science using mainly the high rep rate system present at ELI-Beamlines. And they're also running a biolab, actually the ELI-Beamlines biolab. Last but not least, there is the plasma physics and UHI interactions, which stands for ultra high intensity interactions research team led by Dr. Stefan Weber, which is centered on the experimental hole-free, on the P3, which stands for plasma physics platform, where different high-power lasers are focused on tiny spots to study laboratory astrophysics, inertial confinement fusion, and several different plasma physics processes. So it's actually a multi-purpose platform, which I will introduce you later. So now let's switch from the research teams to the ELI-Beamlines facility. So actually, the ELI-Beamlines laboratory building. As I told you before, the ELI-Beamlines laboratory building is a 3-story building. In the uppermost floor, which is something like first floor from outside, there are the support rooms, where there are the cryogenic systems, the power supplies, and everything which is not strictly needed in the experiments and lasers. On the ground floor, the 4 laser systems are sitting, and you have in order L1 Allegra lasers, the high rep rate, L2 Duha, the sub-petawatt, L3 Happels, the 1 petawatt high rep rate 10 Hz, and the L4 10 petawatt laser Arton. And those 4 laser systems are then, this is actually the uniqueness of, or one of the major uniqueness of ELI-Beamlines facilities, that each of these lasers is then transported underground in this huge floor, which is more than 100 meters long, into 6 different experimental holes. And each hole is getting not just a laser, but multiple lasers. So in every experimental hole, it's possible to combine different lasers, and this is allowing and will allow for unique experiments, breakthrough experiments to happen in the near future. Moreover, the L4 Atom 10 petawatt laser is partly in the ground floor, but the compressor is in the ground floor, as you can see it here. And you have in order E1, which is the experimental hole related to structural dynamics research, material and biomolecular applications, then E2 for X-ray sources, E3, the plasma physics experimental hole, the compressor of L4 10 petawatt, then E4 ELI-Maya for ion acceleration, and then you have E5, which is the longest hole. And why is it like tiny and long? Because it's for long focusing experiments, and is hosting 2 experiments of electron acceleration. One is LEWIS to generate undulator radiation, and the other is ELBA to basically have an electron laser collider at high rep rate. So this is, let's say, the plan and where we are today. So as of today, L1, the laser L1 and the experimental E1 are very well linked, and they're already working in the user operation regime. So this is basically up and running. The L3 Happels laser is already being successfully sent into E3 and E4 experimental holes, and the first experiments are as of today, happening. They started and they're ongoing. So they are basically, yes, getting online in these days. Next to come is L4, not fully compressed, but at full power, L4N, so just the kilojoule energy in longer time duration, nanosecond, which will be sent also to E3 before the end of this year. At least this is the plan. And then also, hopefully this year, at least, again, this is the plan. Clearly, the pandemic situation makes things unpredictable. But we are trying hard to also this year finalize the transport of E3 apples into E3 experimental, E2 experimental hall and E5 experimental hall, and also to bring closer to finalization the L2 Duha laser system. I will give you now, I finished introducing the facility, and now I will go through each laser system and each experimental hall. At the end, I will tell you a little bit more about electron acceleration because it's my topic, but I'll try to be objective. And I'll just do a quick introduction, with basically slide through each system in the facility, because as you can see in these text boxes, which added in different slides, you will have the opportunity, as of today and in the upcoming days, to learn much more about each independent system. So at ELI, we have 4 unique laser systems. And in this slide, I summarized the laser parameters so that you can have, I use the same, even if it's not like maybe the most elegant, I use the same units so that you can get a feeling about how much are we spending in terms of ranges of parameters. So L1 Allegra system is the high repetition rate. It has 1000 Hertz. So every second there is 1000 laser pulses going out of the system, which is basically 1 kilohertz. Its energy is 0.1 joule, and laser pulse duration is slightly less than 15 femtosecond, resulting in a peak power of 6.7 terawatt, which is actually 0.0067 petawatt. Then, in terms of size, we can go to L2 Duha, which is design laser pulse energy of more than 3 joules, laser pulse duration 25 femto, leading to a laser pulse peak power of 0.12 petawatt, and repetition rate is 20 Hertz. You can see now that we grow with energy, and the laser pulse duration is similar, or at least the same order of magnitude, but the repetition rate is reducing. Why? Because in laser systems, in power laser systems, as you will learn today from Robert and Jakub, the average power is cannot be like extended to the maximum. Like it's kind of fixed. You have some strong limits. Growing in power, we have L3 Apples, which has a design laser pulse energy of 30 joule, a laser pulse duration of less than 30 femtoseconds, leading to a peak power of 1 petawatt, and is designed to fire at 10 Hertz, so 10 laser pulses per second. And now let's go to the very extreme in terms of peak power. L4 Atom, it has a laser pulse energy of 1.5 kilojoules, so 1,500 joules. You can see from here to here that we have 4 order of magnitudes of difference. Laser pulse duration is 150 femtosecond, so only one, from the two extremes, only 1 order of magnitude of difference. And the peak power is 10 petawatt. Clearly, the rep rate is many orders of magnitude lower, is less than 0.02 Hertz. So it's basically what we called in experiments a single-shot regime. Bit more details about each laser system. So what I tell you before were the design, the goal parameters of each system, and now let's see together where we are today, to give you a feeling about the readiness of our facility. So L1 Allegra laser system, you can see a nice picture here of its vacuum components. It's composed of a chain of different amplifiers. So basically we have a very low energy ultra-short laser pulse, which is being amplified by several different amplification stages. And the future performance is what I just told you before. In addition, just you can notice that electrical power consumption should be lower than 100 kilowatt, and the beam diameter is slightly more than basically an inch at 1/e squared. And as of today, you can see that all basically the parameters are met, just the output pulse energy, thus also the peak power, is not yet at full value, even though it's already demonstrated more than half of the capabilities. So this is already enabling advanced experiments to happen. L2 Duha is, I introduced it before, and is designed to be a sub-petawatt laser system, high rep rate, 20 Hertz, very, very stable. So a pointing stability hopefully lower than 1 microrad. So what is driving the development of L2 Duha? L2 Duha is a laser which is currently being developed, tailored to have very stable electron acceleration to drive successfully in the near future the Lewis beamline, so to generate basically undulator radiation and hopefully free electron laser radiation in the upcoming years. And L2 Duha beamline basically is composed of a laser system which amplifies a supercontinuum source up to multiple joules via OPCPA. And at the heart of the system, there is a cryogenically cooled ytterbium-YAG multi-slab diode, basically a DPSSL, which is basically pumping the OPCPA. Hell-free apples is the workhorse of ELI-Beamlines facility. Is a high rep rate petawatt laser system. You can see a fancy picture of when it's all these nice pump lasers are on, and here we have a picture of the compressor. Please remember this picture because in the following slide I will show you, this compressor is pretty huge, you can see it's much higher than a person, than a human, but in the next slide I will show you L4 10 petawatt, and then you will really see what a big compressor looks like. So L3 Apple says a petawatt compact laser system is only 17 meters long and few meters wide, and also is DPSSL pumped, which makes it very efficient in terms of electrical consumption. And as of today, similarly to L1, we are working with approximately half of the energy and a third of the repetition rate. So we have about slightly less than half petawatt and the 3.3 Hertz repetition rate. And now, let me show you a very big compressor, just told you before. So this is the L4 10 petawatt compressor. Then you can see humans there and get a feeling of its enormous size. And that is why basically it has to be in a dedicated experimental hall, plus the simplification in the laser beam transport. So just let me tell you, why does this compressor get bigger and bigger? Because when you have mirrors with high power lasers and you need to transport a lot of energy, the fluence, so the number of joules you can have for a given surface, let's say per centimeter squared, are limited. So for this reason, when you want to put a lot of energy and in general a lot of average power, each optical element, meaning mirrors, gratings, parabolas, just get bigger and bigger and bigger. So I told you about the lasers, and now let's move to the experimental halls. So in the Beamlines there are 6 experimental halls. One E6 is still empty, and it's being discussed what will happen, is ultimate goal. It's giving us a lot of flexibility. And the other 5 experimental halls, 3 of them are E1, E3, and E4, so basically the biomolecular applications, the plasma physics platform, and the LIMI element are already running experiments, while, as you can see in these pictures, the electron acceleration E5 hall and X-ray hall E2 are being commissioned right now. So they should be up and running by the end of this year, beginning of next year, depending on the worldwide situation evolution. But before going into detail to each experimental hall, there's something happening. And what is happening between the laser systems and the experimental halls? In each experimental hall, the laser pulses are focused. So they go from several centimeters or tens of centimeter size down to micrometer size, focused by parabolas, similar to the one that you get the signal with for your television at home. Why do you use parabolas and not lenses? We need to use reflective optics when you have ultra-short laser pulses, because if they propagate through media, they can get deformation. So the 4 unique laser systems of ELI and the respective laser pulses, when they go down to the experimental halls, in each experimental hall, there is a key component, which is the focusing optics, which is basically focusing them into a tiny spot, resulting in a lot increased intensity. And why do you need to focus these laser pulses? Why we do it? And we do it in order to get into the regime of relativistic optics. So what is the meaning of relativistic optics? As a rule of thumb, in the parameters of interest for ELI-Beamlines experiments, you want to exceed, or it varies from experiment to experiment, but you want to go close, and in other experiments exceed by far 10 to 18 watt over centimeter squared. Basically, you know that electron motion is described by the Lorentz force when they interact with an electromagnetic wave. And you can derive the A0 parameter, which is basically the electron charge divided by its mass, c squared, the electric field of the laser, and the wavelength of the laser pulse. And if you do your math, you can derive 2 regimes. You have the classical optics, where basically the electron, when is interacting with, if you have a free electron interacting with an electromagnetic wave, is oscillating, and its speed is much lower than the speed of light. This is classical optics. But in the regime where we do our experiments, we work in the relativistic optics regime, where basically the electromagnetic wave is, the electric field is stronger, and then the electron is oscillating at a speed which is comparable to the speed of light. Thus, we enter in the relativistic optics regime, and we have several processes happening. I can name a few that ultimately help generating unique radiation sources, ranging from X-ray to electrons to protons and so forth. So this focusing and relativistic optics is happening in basically every experimental hall in ELI-Beamlines. The most advanced in terms of implementation experimental hall in ELI is the E1. And I will give you just a quick introduction, and I invite you to follow the ELI Summer School on Friday, where you will have plenty of lectures related to these topics. In E1, it's an experimental hall which is equipped with different sources, allowing for different experiments to happen. We have L1 Allegra laser, but also a coherent legend laser, different user stations, the MAC, T-Rex, ELI-Attosecond, and SRS, and others to come online. And so besides the lasers, you have also 2 different UV X-ray sources, which is the plasma source, where the laser is focused on material emitting basically X-rays and K-alpha lines. And also you have high harmonics, where basically the laser is again focused at mild intensities to generate generate more energetic photons. And E1, as you can see, started operations already a couple of years ago. And now there is a lot of proposals from the user community. You can see it very international. It is a map from Northern America and everywhere in Europe, basically. There is plenty of proposals. And is basically up already excellently up and running. E2 is the neighboring hall, is the one devoted to X-ray production and is hosting the Gammatron. The related topics about this argument, this topic, will be presented tomorrow afternoon in the lectures. What is happening here? The laser is focused to relativistic intensity into an underdense plasma target, basically a gas jet or a gas cell. And here we have a wake field, so we have nonlinear plasma waves generation leading to wake field acceleration, and the electrons in these plasma waves are wiggling, and if electrons wiggle, they emit beta radiation, which is then used to as a source for user experiments. Also, it is possible to focus a laser pulse onto the electron beam to generate Compton radiation. And why this is needed? There is plenty of applications for this, including X-ray phase contrast imaging, X-ray absorption spectroscopy, high-resolution radiography, fast microtomography, and many more. And let's have a look at the parameters of this source. So the energy range is different between the Betatron and Compton regime. In the Betatron, we are in the tens of keV, which is, let's say, the medical range, the one that when you go to the doctor and you get X-ray scan, is basically this range, while the Compton is more into the MEV, multi-MEV range, meaning that it's possible to image differently and, as a rule of thumb, thicker and bigger things, or more dense. And both of them are broadband or quasi-monochromatic, and you can get 10 to the 8, 10 to the 9 photons per shot. And what is very interesting here is that, there is plenty of X-ray source worldwide, but what makes this source unique is the femtosecond duration. So this X-ray source is ultra fast, meaning that it can use it to image ultra fast processes. Experimental Hall E3 is hosting the P3 plasma physics platform, where you can see basically this huge vacuum chamber, which is getting multiple lasers inside. The complexity of this experimental hall and project is non-negligible. Therefore, if you want to learn more, I really recommend you to follow the lectures on the whole day of Thursday, which will be related to experiments and physics and science linked to this project, and also to this nice publication by Dr. Stefan Weber, where the beamline and actually the platform is carefully described. And here, let me just show you one of the possible experiments which can happen in this huge vacuum chamber, and it's basically a combination of the petawatt L3 Apples, which is entering from here and is then focused by a spherical mirror to generate Betatron radiation, the one which I just mentioned, to backlight the plasma generated by the L4 laser synchronized at nanosecond level. So basically, we're using a combination of two high-power laser systems to perform experiments. And one is used to pump, basically the kilojoule at nanosecond, and the petawatt femtosecond is used as basically a probe of the process. To have, and here, basically, we exploit what you just said before, the ultra-short duration of the X-ray beam, meaning that we can have really a snapshot of what is happening, and through a delay line, we can scan the time dynamics of the process happening in these experiments. And between the envisioned parameters is something like in the few kV up to 40 kV critical energy of the source, and about 10 to the 10 shots. So you can see slightly different regime than the one of the beamline. And the possible studies in this configuration are multiple, including warm dense matter, X-ray absorption, non-destructive characterization of matter in extreme states, imaging of the dynamics in hydrodynamical instabilities in inertial confinement fusion, and last but not least, laboratory astrophysics, and many, many more. Experimental hall E4 is hosting ELI-MAI and ELI-MED, and is also getting different laser system and laser pulses inside, and is focused to generate, among the different experiments, to generate the proton and ion acceleration. And yeah, I recommend you, if you are interested, to follow the lectures tomorrow morning on this topic. And I will just give you a teaser about it. So basically here, the petawatt laser pulses are focused tightly on a target where you can have different processes happening. The most common or most widespread is the so-called TNSA, target normal sheet acceleration, where basically laser pulse is focused. You have plasma generated, and then you have electron, which are a bunch of electrons, which is propagating through and then escaping the target, and is trailing behind, just for electrostatic field, is trailing behind protons or positive ions. So in this way, you can have net acceleration. Clearly, there are more advanced regimes. Here I just mentioned the radiation pressure acceleration, which can be even more efficient and more advantageous. And I will definitely recommend you to, if you want to learn more, to follow tomorrow morning lectures where we have world-class experts explaining you the details of this physics. And now we switch to the last experimental hall, which is the one that I'm proudly working in, is E5. E5 related talks will take place tomorrow afternoon, and are all related to electron acceleration and its related topics, including applications or technical aspects, as for example, like power laser guiding or nonlinear QD experiments. So experimental hall 5, as you can see, is hosting two different beamlines. LEWIS, which is aimed to generate undulator radiation and, in near future, free electron laser radiation, and ELBA, which is aiming in generating GV, actually multi-GV electron beams, and collide them with high-intensity laser pulses. So what is happening in E5? So in the very beginning, both beamlines have the same physics happening. We have the laser wake field acceleration processes happening, which is usually referred to in the field as LWFA. So we have a laser pulse focused not super tightly, with usually around 10 to 18 watt over centimeter squared. So just you want to have A naught equal to 1. So not very, very tightly. Meaning that usually when you have a petawatt laser system, the focal length can be very, very long, in the order of meters or tens of meters. So these laser pulses are focused on an underdense gas target, which can be a gas jet, can be a gas cell, or as you will see tomorrow, can be a capillary discharge. And here, the laser pulse is driving plasma waves. So first is ionizing the gas, creating a plasma. Then is trailing plasma waves, which are basically trailing the laser pulse. And in these plasma waves is, if things are set up correctly, electrons can be injected and accelerated through a net electrostatic field. So this is the shared part of the both beamlines. Then in LEWIS, this process is in the beginning, and then the beam is sent through magnetic chicane. Here is schematically with some quadrupoles and undulator, where X-rays and XUV radiation is generated. And to give you a bit more view in what is happening, the electron accelerator are then sent into an undulator. An undulator is a special magnetic element with alternating magnetic fields. So when the electron beam goes in, it's wiggling right, left, right, left, right, left, and if things are set up correctly, you can have a coherent soft X-ray or X-ray beam going out, which can be used for experiments. And here you can see below the 17.5 GeV linear accelerator recently built in Hamburg, which is 3.4 kilometer long, and is used to drive an X-ray electron laser, where basically, so this length is needed for to accelerate electrons, and then this 17.5 GeV electron beam is wiggled in by a set of undulators to generate X-ray electron laser radiation, which is of crucial importance for the scientific development in really different fields of science. In ELBA beamline, instead, the electron beam is not sent in a magnetic system, but is collided with a counter-propagating laser pulse. You will learn a lot of this tomorrow. And so during this interaction, the electron beam, let's say in this picture, goes left to right, and the laser goes right to left. As you can see, the laser is tightly focused on the electron beam. You can have an interaction which is basically leading to generation of very energetic photons, and you can have several processes happening, including, for example, the Bright-Wheeler process. And basically, among all the processes happening, the reason why we do this is to, from a, let's say, general perspective, we want to, with ELBA, we want to study the fundamental aspects of the nature of the quantum vacuum. So by colliding a multi-GeV electron beam and a high-intensity laser pulse, we aim to work with the vacuum a little bit, hopefully, make it like take out some maybe pairs or study its birefringence and maybe see some Cherenkov radiation. So basically, ultimately, we're setting up a set of experiments to really probe the nature of the quantum vacuum. And let me conclude with this slide, because I just showed this 3+ kilometers linear accelerator of electrons in Hamburg, producing 17.5 giga electron volt. And here, let me show you recent results of 2 years ago, where part of our research team has been involved, where 7.8 GeV have been produced by this technique of LWFA in just 20 centimeter capillary discharge. So about half of the energy has been produced in several order of magnitudes, basically just tabletop, basically the size of the computer where I'm presenting from, accelerator. One more slide about E5. Let me show you some pictures as of, these are really from this morning. So what is the status today? As I told you before, E5 is being commissioned now, like we're running the first test. So the Lewis, L3 1 petawatt laser is coming through this beam transport, goes down, and then it can be injected through this switch yard either into Lewis, or if the mirror is out, goes to ELBA, and then is injected in ELBA. And as you can see, the vacuum system is fully completed, and now we are basically installing the mirrors and the targets to get ready for the upcoming weeks to start the commissioning. And let me show you, as I told you before, in this experiment, we don't want to have the tightest focus. We want just to have A0 approximately 1, meaning that we result to have a very long focus. So here you can see, for example, in ELBA, you have 2 vacuum chambers. From this side picture, you can see better. One is here, when we have the parabola, the off-axis parabola, which is focusing the laser pulse. Then you have a very long vacuum pipe leading to the interaction chamber where the laser wake field acceleration process is happening. And in this configuration, the current configuration, we have 10 meters from the parabola to, down to the gas target. How does the gas target look like? You can have several of them. Here I just want to show you the one that we have prototyped. Is a dual stage gas cell. This is the size of basically an inch overall. And you have 2 stages. We have a supersonic entry profile, which act as injector, and then a flat profile with 2 different gas inlets so that you can play with different gas mixtures and gas combinations in order to optimize the wake field acceleration process. In this experimental test done at our collaborators with petawatt lasers, you can see the injection happening and the shock waves in the injector, and then the state acceleration in the booster, so in the second part of the dual stage gas cell. And I told you that ELBA is all about studying the vacuum. So our research leader, Professor Sergei Bulanov, and of course, together with the world scientific community, have been very active in the recent years about how to bring these ideas into reality, into experiments. So we basically identified an experiment which is our flagship experiment, and is the synergic Cherenkov radiation Compton scattering. And you can read more about it in these references. So basically, the scheme is the one I told you before. We have electrons and laser counterpropagating and colliding. And if you do things right, we will observe a spatial distribution of energy photons in space thanks to the Cherenkov radiation. And this process should basically give us a lot of insights about the nature of the quantum vacuum. And by just, I am an experimental physicist, so I'm just watching and studying the parameters. You can see that in this table, by using the most powerful laser of ELI-Beamlines, L3 and L4, we can really get into the parameter space to bring these experiments in few years from now to the reality. You can see basically a combination of few tens of GeV electron beams colliding with 10 to 21 to 10 to 24 focus intensity laser pulses. So I told you about the flagship experiment, which will happen in a few years from now. And now, being the leader of electron acceleration team, I would like just to take few of the last minutes of this presentation to tell you about a result which we recently achieved. So we have an electron beam at ELI, and it's in the end station alpha, which stands for Allegra laser for acceleration, where we're using the already working L1 Allegra kilohertz laser, and we successfully accelerated in the beginning of this year electron beams into the multi-MeV range. So in this graph, you can see the scalings coming from the very famous Lu and the more recent Jerome 4 scalings. So you have a plot of the laser energy in millijoules and the electron energy in MeV. And basically, in the first experiment we haven't get there yet into the fully resonant regime. Nevertheless, we got FMeV by shooting already up to 22 millijoule on the gas target. And we achieved electron beams with as low as 2 millijoule. So the laser used for experiment can provide up to 55 millijoule at fully 1 kilohertz, so no single shot mode. We really run at 1 kilohertz. And it's very stable in pointing stability. We measure something like couple of microrad. And we know we can get up to 50 MeV at least with such laser. This activity, we believe in this, and we already set up a strategic collaboration with Professor Howell Milchberg from the University of Maryland and Professor Grune's group from Hamburg. This is how alpha looks like. So you see, we saw before very big vacuum chambers. Now you see a very tiny one, is a 60 centimeter box with some optics inside. So the laser is getting in, first mirror, second mirror, third mirror, fourth mirror, parabola focused on a tiny gas jet, similar to the one I showed before, and then you have the electron beam accelerated, co-propagating with the laser pulse. And then this electron beam can be used for irradiating samples in a user station, which is already up and working and is being developed together with the synchrotron Electra in Italy. So just to make you more familiar about what is really, what this experiment was really about and what is the near future. So I told you the laser can have up to 55 millijoule, but in reality, I mean, you don't always get the highest energy for many reasons. Sometimes, even as experimentalists, you don't want to start with the highest energy because you're afraid to break things. And so basically, we got in focus mainly 8 to 10 millijoule with approximately 10% stability. And here you can see raw data. So this is a real L1 laser focus. You can see it's very nicely round. Actually, it's a Gaussian beam focus. It's a very nice Gaussian laser spot. You can see it here. And we got a short focus parabola. And A0 was approximately 1, similar to what I told you before. And approximately 3 micrometer spot. 70% of the energy was in the spot. And the point instability was a couple of microrad anyway within the spot size. So you're working about 1/10⁸ watt over centimeter squared. So this very nice focal spot is focused on this supersonic nozzle, 100 micrometer long. And when you focus it and you manage to overlap the laser on the gas, which at micrometer level is non-straightforward, you start to see some plasma generated. And here you have a picture of the plasma from the top. You can see a blue light. And here you have a picture from the side. You can see this channel generated. And then once you get the plasma, what you want to do is you want to get electron beams. So you start playing with the plasma parameters, basically changing the gas type, the gas pressure, the gas jet position with respect to the focus. And basically we found out that for our 300 micrometer supersonic nozzle diameter, working at a plasma wavelength between 2 and 6 micrometer, meaning that for who's more familiar with the topic, we're working in the self-modulated regime, we got a nice electron beam. By nice, I mean was multi-MeV, approximately 70 millirad of opening angle divergence. And the average power was about 1 milliwatt because you're working at 1 kilohertz. So this has been the first run, and we're already planning the next, hopefully to get into the resonant regime, so to get maybe a bit less electrons, but higher energy. And what is driving this experiment is our goal is to create a laser electron collider at 1 kilohertz to generate X-rays in the 60-20 keV range by inverse Thompson scattering for medical use to demonstrate biomedical imaging based on X-ray fluorescence imaging. And this is the comparison done with the group in Hamburg. While the group in America, University of Maryland, by Professor Milchberg, is helping us, teaching us how to do the most efficient laser wave acceleration in the kilohertz regime. And many credits for this experiment go to the laser team of One Allegra, and clearly including Dr. Pavel Bakul and Dr. Roman Antipengov, and all the very nice guys of the L1 team. Now I will conclude my lecture showing you the control rooms. Why did I want to end up with the control rooms? Because at the end, we work a lot in the experimental halls, you set up the experiment, but once you do things right and the experiment is up and running, this is the place where all the fun happens, where you get the data, you discuss the physics, and there's actually a key component of the facility. And in ELI-Beamlines, we have the strategy for control rooms is to have local control rooms. You can see one very nicely equipped and up and running, and one under construction, just to give you a comparison and a feeling about how it is. So each experimental hall and also some of the laser halls have local control rooms which are located next to the experimental hall. You need to have a control room because when you have high power laser, you can generate radiation, and if there is radiation, because of safety reasons, nobody is allowed to stay within the experimental hall. So you need to go to run the experiment from a control room. And there is a very, very carefully designed interlock system which is preventing the laser radiation at high power to get into the experimental halls if there is still somebody in. So you work from the local control room where you are still dressed as if you are in a clean room, because it's still a clean room. So in the experimental hall we have suet in order to avoid contamination of the very delicate optics. So in the local control rooms, basically you can see a ELI staff member dressed up and running the experiment. And, but we also have, and this is very useful, a central control room, very big. You can see it's already equipped with many screens, and the first experiments are being set up there already, which is sitting in the laboratory building of ELI, where basically you can have food and drinks and spend a lot of time, and it's basically much more convenient to get data and to discuss with people, because you don't need to behave as if you are in a clean room. So the central control room is, I think, in my opinion, a key element of the ELI-Beamlines facility. And with this, I would like to thank you very, very much for your very kind attention. And here you can see my email in case of any inquiry, question, comment. I will be very happy to reply to you. And yes, so thank you very much. Okay, I think I got some questions from YouTube channel. Thanks. So yeah, I think I will pick only one, because I see there is not so much time left. So what is the main advantages of particle acceleration by laser? Okay. So this is excellent question, because in fact particles are accelerated since 60 years or more with basically microwaves or different mechanisms. And so why do we have to do it again, this exercise with the lasers? Excellent question. And the reason why we do so is, as I told you before, is let's take, for example, electron acceleration. Even though with lasers you can accelerate proton and ions, you can literally shrink the size of the accelerator down from kilometers to a foot, basically. And clearly there are many drawbacks about acceleration. Its efficiency is lower, the beam quality is lower, the rep rate is lower, the average power is lower, but still, I mean, imagine you can create, shrink a kilometer-size laboratory to a table-size laboratory, and this can play a crucial role towards the dissemination of this science into university-scale laboratories. So this, in my opinion, is the main advantage of particle acceleration by laser. And actually thinking about it, I mean, there is at least two advantages which should be named. Let me stick with electron acceleration because it's my field of expertise, but I'm sure my colleagues from other additional sources can comment as well. And sticking to electrons, you can have ultra short electron beams as short as 1 femtosecond, which is something that with conventional acceleration technology is very hard to achieve. So you can have extremely high kiloampere peak current electron beam, which is also pretty unique. And last advantage I would like to mention is that you can have, thanks to the laser plasma technology, literally in experiments within a bunch of seconds, or even less if you have a good control system, we are able to, by switching the laser and plasma parameters, we're able to change the electron beam energy over several order of magnitudes. So basically we can switch from the multi-GV beam to a multi-MeV beam in quite short time, just reducing the laser energy and compensating with the plasma density, as for example. So yeah, thank you very much, and It was great to give this ELI-Beamlines overview, and yeah, that's been great. I wish you a great summer school and enjoy the next lectures.
Gabriele, thanks a lot for your presentation, and now it's time for the second presentation called Overview of ELI-Alps and Katalin Varjú.
Yeah, let me try it again. Sorry about technical difficulties. It doesn't happen when you are in real person, that you speak with while being muted. I was saying that this is the second year that the ELI Summer School has to be organized remotely in an online version due to the pandemic. But I hope that it's going to be over soon and we can meet again the students we are talking to, because it is much easier to teach when you actually see your audience. So in my talk, I'm going to give you a review of what is happening in the second pillar of the ELI family in the ELI-Alps Research Institute. So that you get a flavor of what we are doing here in Szeged. Can I not? Yeah, I can change my slides. So as you have heard from Alan and also Gabriele, the ELI project is built on 3 pillars. The pillar you have already met is ELI-Beamlines in the Czech Republic. I'm going to talk about the Hungarian pillar, and after me will come the talk about the Romanian pillar. You should know that the 3 pillars are complementary, but they also have some dedicated mission. And here at ELI-Alps, Alps stands for Attosecond Light Pulse Source. We aim to generate femtosecond and attosecond pulses for temporal investigations, and we really have the ambition to take attosecond physics to the next level by increasing the repetition rate for coincidence measurements or reaching higher XUV intensities for nonlinear experiments, and also going towards very high photon energies, even till the few kilo electron volt regime to study strongly bound states. Why is it important? Why is it interesting to go and get shorter and shorter pulse duration? You can see on this plot how with time laser technology evolved and shorter pulse duration were possible to be generated. Well, this is a very interesting quest for many laser scientists, but the main aim is also to concentrate the energy in the laser pulse so that we can achieve higher power for the interaction between laser and our target material. And also, once we can achieve very short pulses, we can study faster processes. We can freeze these fast processes in our investigations, in our research. Why is that? How do we study? How do we represent dynamics? Basically, we take snapshots of what's happening, and these snapshots, like the cartoon, tells us the story of what is happening. the very first time study, we could say, the very first study of the dynamics was in 1878, when some people with a very genius engineer wanted to decide what the galloping movement of the horse looks like, because the movement was too fast for the human eye to resolve, and they wanted to know whether it happens that there is an instant of the motion when all four legs of the horse leaves the ground. And the way they did it is they took snapshots of the motion in different temporal instants and in different spatial happenings, and then slowing down this frozen motion, putting the images one after the other, is actually how they could study this process. And this is analogous to what we are doing in attosecond science. We are taking snapshots of what is happening and look at how molecules, for example, or nanostructures behave on the femtosecond to attosecond regime. This large objects like the galloping horse can be studied in this frozen motion scheme with a mechanical shutter, and this is what was employed in this original Palo Alto horse track experiment. But as we are going to smaller and smaller objects, they move faster and faster. This is natural. The smaller the object, the faster it can move. So if we want to freeze the motion, if we want to take a snapshot of the motion, we need to have some new techniques how we can really slow down and investigate what is happening in the time evolution of these processes. In 1930s, flash photography was a novel technique, how they could actually study microsecond, nanosecond happenings. And I want to tell you a little bit about it because this is analogous what we do in the laser pump probe techniques. So basically, they have chosen not to have any mechanical components, not any mechanical movement in the process, how it was investigated. So they took a camera and they opened the shutter for a long time, permanently, we can say. On the time scale of the movement, it was open all the time. And then the different phases of the motion was studied by having an electronically synchronized flashlight, which was illuminating the process, the movement. So just for a very short time compared to the whole process that they were studying, they illuminated this process, and then the camera recorded only that instant while there was a flash. So there are two things which are important here. One, that the flash, the duration of the flash has to be very small, comparable to the timeline of the motion, the typical time of the motion. So it has to be instantaneous. Relative to the motion of, in this case, what you can see on my screen, a droplet falling into liquid surface, and then there is a recoil of the liquid. So this has to be very short, and it has to be synchronized with the motion very precisely. Because if you flash onto this happening before or after the actual process happened, then you see nothing. So there is these are the two main issues, that the flash has to be very short and it has to be synchronized. And then these two have been introduced into a laser pump probe technique. The Nobel Prize was awarded for this process to Ahmed Zewail in 1999 because he managed to use these synchronized and short pulses to study even faster processes than what was allowed by the electronically synchronized flash photography. And this is what we are using today as a laser pump probe technique. And we can actually go to the picosecond, femtosecond, even to the attosecond regime to study dynamics of even smaller material happenings. The basis of this pump probe experiment is shown on this slide that I have here now. Basically, both the shortness of the pulses, the shortness of the flash is provided by a pulsed laser. And we also take a copy of this laser pulse and send it through a delay line. And this is how synchronization is done. So we have the short pulse and we have the synchronization all optically available for such experiments, because electronic synchronization is too slow for such a fast dynamics. What is happening with this clocking or pump pulse? It initiates some dynamics, it initiates some change in the material that we are studying, and then we send in a little bit delayed our probe pulse that can study the state of the experimental object that it has reached during the time delay between the pump and the probe pulse. There are many things you can study, and there are many versions of these pump probe techniques. Sometimes we use the same pulse to pump and probe the system, but also we can use in these pump probe schemes a different, a modified version, very often via nonlinear optical conversion between the pump and the probe pulse. For example, to have an attosecond study, it can be either attosecond pump, attosecond probe, or it can be the laser pulse that is producing the attosecond pulses can be used in combination, have a pump or the probe in the experiment. Just to give you a flavor of what type of experiments we can do in the attosecond regime, I would like to draw to your attention again how smaller and smaller objects move faster and faster. So the smaller the object you want to study, the shorter the flash, the shorter the laser pulse you need to do the investigation. I would like to illustrate it with this photo that I have in the top corner of my slide. You can see here a little boy that is relatively big and a much smaller ball which is being kicked. And you can see that during the opening time of the camera, during the shutter time, there is no motion of the big object, so it seems clear. On the other hand, the ball is blurred because it moved with a much faster speed. And analogously, as we are going to smaller and smaller constituents of matter, we go from atoms to electrons. The time scale of the process is decreasing, the speed of the motion is increasing. So in the femtosecond regime, we can study atoms and how they move in molecules and solids. And as we are going below the femtosecond barrier towards the attosecond regime, we get a possibility to study electrons in different structures, nanostructures, molecules, and atoms. So this is the main aim here at the Hungarian pillar of the ELI Institute, to study electrons in different substances and see their dynamics, what is happening. I have a short animation that I have borrowed from the AttoWorld web page, and I would like to show you, if I can start this video. No? Well, it doesn't want to start, but give me just 1 second if I can figure out how this is done. Yeah, here I have. So just to talk you through what is happening, we have the experiment running under vacuum, because attosecond pulses are in the XUV regime and they are absorbed in air. So the laser enters the vacuum chamber and it interacts with the gas target. And in the gas target, it does optical ionization. So we see here all the atoms denoted by this green dot, and then the laser light arrives and the electric field starts to apply a driving force onto the electron cloud of the atom. The electrons start to vibrate, and after a certain threshold of the laser electric field is reached, the electron will overcome the Coulomb barrier and it's ionized. This electron then propagates in the laser field, and when it changes sign, it decelerates and it comes back. And there is a finite chance of this electron to be absorbed by the parent ion, and then the excess energy can be radiated out in form of a high energy photon. And this is how XUV radiation is happening in this process, which is called high order harmonic generation. This is never just a single atom, but this is always a bunch of atoms. So we get some macroscopically achievable amount of radiation if all these atoms radiate in phase, so if phase matching is achieved. And then this XUV radiation, the attosecond pulse, is being steered into another vacuum chamber and it's being focused onto the target. In this experiment that this animation actually shows, this is a pump probe experiment with the laser pulse and between the laser pulse and the XUV pulse. So these are the two pulses that contribute to the pump and probe of the dynamical study. And you can see that the focusing happens with a bisected mirror. The internal bit, the very internal bit, reflects the XUV radiation, whereas the outer part reflects the laser pulse. And this is how we can control the pump probe delay between the IR and the XUV pulse. And then these pulses are used to ionize from this solid material from the lower levels or the conduction band. And then these electrons that have been ionized are a little bit steered by the IR field, depending on how much is the delay between the pump and probe, and different electron spectra are achieved depending on the delay between the two pulses. And doing this delay scan, we can have some idea of what is happening in this solid material during ionization, how long it takes the ionization process in this conductor. So this is the background. This is a fancy way of telling what is the aim of our studies, our research. And since we are remote, I would like to give you just a few photos of what it is like here in Szeged and at ELI Alps. Szeged is a university city in the southern eastern corner of Hungary with approximately 200,000 inhabitants. And we have a worldwide known university with plenty of faculties. ELI-Alps has collaborations with the University Faculties of Science and the Faculty of Medicine. And we also take part in interdisciplinary research activities on transmutation and molecular medicine. The ELI-Alps is situated on the outskirts of the city, so we have plenty of space for expanding. And it's also envisioned that a science park will grow out of the ground around ELI-Alps. You can see here that this is a brand new building that was designed and constructed just for the sake of this ELI-Alps Research Institute. The technological building, which is this square building in the back, but now you can't see it because I don't have. Sorry, now you can see it. So the square building in the back, this is where our laser laboratories and our experimental areas are positioned. I'll give you some more details in my talk soon. We have a very nice conference hall, and we have office space, auxiliary laboratories, and some maintenance building also on site. This is the building is very modern, and it's also very high standard in terms of technology, because our laboratories, the same way as you have seen at ELI-Beamlines, are all clean room. Laser labs are ISO 8 and the other are ISO 7 standard, but also very importantly, we have vibration isolation that are very, very strict because we have long beam lines. Some of our beam lines are as long as 50 meters, and we need to hit with the focal spot within the beam waist, our target. So vibration isolation, clean room conditions, and also the very stable conditions for laser operation is that we have the temperature, which is stabilized within 1 degree peak to peak, and the humidity of the air inside the laboratories is also within 10% peak to peak. So that when we align the laser system, you know that lasers are built up of plenty of components, optical components, and if the condition of the air would change, it would mean that the whole system would be misaligned, and lasers wouldn't operate optimally if conditions were not completely stable. And I have for you a few photos from inside the laboratories. In this top photo, you see one of our Attosecond beam lines. So as I showed you in the cartoon before, this is a vacuum chamber after vacuum chamber. And we have some nice photos from what's inside the laser boxes as well. And we also have very enthusiastic people as researchers, engineers, and technicians working in our laboratories. And as you have heard at the introduction by the HR of ELI-Beamlines, we also have open positions. We are looking for people in laser science, atomic and molecular optics, condensed matter and plasma physics at different levels, junior, postdoc, and technician level. So please check our webpage for open positions. But if you don't find anything that you think is made for you, do contact us. We are always looking for enthusiastic, talented people to work in our facility. Well, what is the challenge at ELI? You know that all the 3 ELI pillars are laser-based research infrastructures, user facilities to provide researchers of Europe and researchers of the world possibility to do experiments that are not possible to be done in their home laboratories. And I have to say that the major challenge at the ELI facilities is upscaling things. we wanted to have lasers in all the three pillars that are in one or more parameters are superior to lasers that are available in smaller research institutes, smaller university labs. And when you go to higher repetition rate or higher pulse energy or shorter pulse duration, this scaling up everything is really a challenge. As I said, our main profile is the attosecond pulse production, and there are two main nonlinear processes that it can be achieved. One is when we generate high harmonics in a gas target, and this is what was shown in the cartoon that I have already shown. The other is if we generate a surface plasma on a solid target with our very intense laser pulse, and as the laser pulse makes this plasma oscillate, in this oscillating plasma, there is also possibility to generate high order harmonics. These two processes are known to exist and known to work at smaller scales, but this is a real challenge for us to scale it up. We have a gas high harmonic generation beamlines, which is driven by a 100 kilohertz laser, 100 or 500 watts average power. And this is a real challenge to do the beamline that is operational for high average power in vacuum, which is also not very good for distributing the heat, which is accumulating in the optical components. So this is very challenging to have a high repetition rate for diagnostics for the gas target and for all the optical components. Our kilohertz-driven gas high harmonic generation had to be scaled up because of the high pulse energy that we could reach on the expense of reducing the repetition rate compared to the other laser. And the surface plasma high harmonic generation, to my knowledge, hasn't been done at such high repetition rates. We are doing one beamline at kilohertz repetition rate and the other at 10 hertz repetition rate, but at petawatt level. So this is a lot of development that had to be done for these beamlines. And just to give you and refer back to the Nobel Prize of Professor Gerard Moreau and Professor Donald Strickland, this upscaling is, I think, that we are doing here at ELI scale, I think is a similar change of thinking than what had to be done in their work for chirp pulse amplification, when they wanted to increase the laser power and they had to change how the amplification chain is built up to add this additional temporal stretch of the pulses. For gas high harmonic generation, there is actually a work by a group of Lund University for upscaling an already optimized system. They have, together with collaboration with ELI-Alps, there is this work published in Optica. Basically, if you have an already optimized system where phase matching is already achieved and you get optimum pulse energies, attosecond pulse energies out of the system, and someone gives you a laser pulse that is very similar in the temporal behavior, but the energy is scaled up by a factor of this scaling factor of mu squared, then there is a scaling law how you need to increase the focal length, how you need to increase the gas target length, and how you have to decrease the pressure in the cell so that the optimum phase matching conditions is maintained, but the total output, since the conversion efficiency is not changed by this scaling laws, you get the same fraction of energy more out than how much your input energy has increased. And this is when we first thought about how this scaling will affect the design of our beamlines. This is very striking, because you realize that with the pulse energy that is now becoming available at kilohertz systems of the order of 100 millijoule, you need focal length of tens of meters, maybe 50, 100 meter focal length. And this is this seems to be very easy on paper, but to manifest such a large beamline, this is actually very challenging to keep it stable. All the conditions, the relative positions of the optical elements, this is what we have realized is a very great challenge. I'll give you a bit more details about our equipment in the coming slides of my talk, but I would like to mention that this upscaling relies on having an already existing system that you can take as a model system and then scale it up. And since we are talking about a beamline which is 50 meters long and it's already folded in two, the whole beamline would be 100 meters long. This is not something that you just start to implement and then experiment with it. So we did a lot of numerical simulation to make sure that what we are building is actually going to work, and we are somewhere close to the optimum conditions. And we have two main attosecond beamline based on gas high harmonic generation. As Ellen already mentioned, Silos is our main workhorse, so driven by this kilohertz system. One where the model system was at Lund Laser Center, the high energy system, and the other where we took the system at Force Institute in Crete. And this is also very interesting for me as a scientist to see how very different geometrical arrangements will hopefully lead to very similar output in certain parameters, but also maybe very different in spectral or temporal properties of the generated attosecond pulses. As I said, we did a lot of modeling of these scenarios. We have investigated how a little bit too high intensity will affect the phase matching and generation and pulse distortions in these gas media. And we find it is almost impossible not to shoot with too high intensities when you have 100 millijoule in your laser pulse. And we find that actually the laser intensity will be regulated to the barrier suppression level due to the ionization of the medium. And this self-guided beam is helping us with phase matching. It was also helping with temporal gating of the XUV radiation. So we are hoping that very soon we will be able to present this silos-driven, the kilohertz repetition rate attosecond pulses. About our technological building, this is, I'm going to talk you through a little bit more. It was already shown by Ellen in the introduction. So this is the square building that we have, not like in Prague. We have all the laboratories on one floor. We don't have different floors. This is an 80 by 80 meter footprint building that we call our technological building. Next to it, in building B, we also have some laboratories that we have started to equip. This is approximately what we have right now in the laboratories. We have these laboratories that are dedicated to setting up the laser systems. The 100 kilohertz system, the HR laser is situated here, the 100 kilohertz mid-IR laser next room, the kilohertz Silos laser is in this laboratory, and the petawatt laser is being installed in this largest laser room. The mid-IR system has the target area inside the same room since it's a small system, but the other lasers has target areas. The 100 kilohertz system has target areas right next to them for 2 attosecond beamlines. The Silos laser actually has radiation lightly shielded target rooms for gas high harmonic generation, but the Silos laser is also shooting to radiation protected, radiation shielded laboratories. This medium shielded target area has concrete walls that are 1 meter thick to shield the environment from potential radiation that is, and charged particles, accelerated particles that are generated by the Silos laser. And this other target area that has 2 meter thick walls is the high shielded target area. This is the target area for the petawatt laser. So it is just shooting straight into this area. And in the next building, we have some laboratories where we position smaller equipments that are not connected to the other ones. So systems that are self-standing, and the vibration isolation that I have mentioned is done for this 80 by 80 meter building. The largest or longest beamline that we have is situated here. It is going across 4 laboratories. The beam enters somewhere here, it goes all the way, the beamline is folded, it comes back, and then this is the experimental area in this light shielded target room. Okay, so this is how how you would see the laboratories if you could come and visit us here in Szeged, and what we are planning is that by the end of our implementation project, which is in 2023, this is how the laboratories will look like. So you see that we actually have 3 target areas for the petawatt laser: plasma harmonic generation, electron acceleration, and the general purpose ultra-fast optics end station. For the Silos laser, there are also 3 experimental areas that are already designed, and they are under implementation: surface plasma high harmonic generation, the transmutation project, which is basically neutron acceleration and using these accelerated neutrons to transmute radioactive elements, an electron acceleration beamline, and we have an empty slot for user equipment if users wishes to do experiments with other equipment than what is already installed. Most of the laser labs are already full, as well as the light shielded target areas. The bunkers, the implementation of the equipment has started this year. Some equipment, as I have shown before, is already appearing in the MTA. HTA, we expect beginning of next year for experiments to move in. They are under procurement. So this is another view of the building, but most of the stuff I have already indicated in the previous slide. Basically, the schematic of the way how we think about our user facility is that we have the primary sources, the laser pulses produced by the systems, and then these laser pulses can be either directly used in experiments. These can be steered into user stations or experimental stations, but they are also used to produce secondary sources. These secondary sources can be harmonics, they can be accelerated particles, or it can be actually terahertz generation to make as many as possible few cycle pulses available for the user community was our aim. And then either the laser pulses or the secondary sources can be used in experiments, or even in combinations they can be used. As I've said, we have the laser laboratories here. The petawatt target area goes up to the high shielded target area. Silos goes to, it's color coded, so I think it's quite easy to see. The Silos laser is shooting to multiple laboratories, as well as the high repetition rate system. There are small experiments that are done next to the laser that don't use the full power of the laser. The full power of the laser is steered to the adjoining laboratories for experiment. I have here in this table an overview of our laser systems that I have been mentioning over and over. We have the first pillar of our laser pool, the HR, or high repetition rate systems. This is actually two. It will be two lasers, both operating at 100 kilohertz. The first one, HR1, is providing 1 millijoule per pulse, and the upgraded version, which is an independent system, will provide 5 millijoule per pulse. They are operating at 1 micron, 1030 nanometer central wavelength, and they are CEP stabilized. The HR1 is operational. The project is completed. The site acceptance test has happened a few weeks ago. It has been actually operating since December 2017 in a long pulse and non-CEP stabilized way, but already with this not full capacity operation, this laser has already run almost more than 5 user campaigns during this time. So HR2 is basically an upgrade, and it is coming available. It is in development. It is coming available next year. The mid-IR system, which is operating around 3 micron, but it's tunable between 2 to 4 microns, again 100 kilohertz, few cycle pulse duration at this central wavelength, 150 microjoule per pulse energy, CEP stabilized. And this is again a laser system which is operating since 2017, and many user campaigns have been served by this system. We have contracted another mid-IR system because of the interest that we see from the user community for mid-IR laser pulses, which is decreased in repetition rate. It will operate at 1 kilohertz, but it will, on the other hand, supply much more 15 millijoules pulses, energy per pulse. This should be available in 2023 by the end of our implementation project. The Silos laser, which is our kilohertz laser, and it is the workhorse with the most applications, operating at around 900 nanometers, less than 7 femtoseconds. And this version provides us with more than 30 millijoules, CEP stable. And there is coming an already contracted upgrade to this system. Again, 1 kilohertz, few cycle pulse duration, but increased, fourfold increased pulse energy. Again, CEP stability is required. This is, of course, very important for our attosecond pulse production. We have an alignment system. Since there are so many experiments driven by the Silos laser, there is a low rep rate version of the Silos system that can be used for aligning the experiments. The petawatt system, as Ellen already mentioned, it's a 2 petawatt system at 10 hertz, 34 joules, 17 femtoseconds. Again, if you look at the other petawatt systems of the ELI family, the one you find in Prague and in Bucharest, they are much longer pulse duration. This is very important for complementarity of the facilities. So it's actually different experiments you can do with the petawatt systems of all the facilities. And we have a laser which is actually dedicated just for terahertz generation. It has two arms. One arm is half a joule 50 hertz. This is what's generating the terahertz radiation. But there is a synchronized 1 kilohertz ties-up system for optical sampling and pump probe experiments between the visible and the terahertz regime, or near-infrared and terahertz regime. This laser system is also installed, it's operational, and the terahertz beamline is under implementation. The design is completed and it's being installed. A bit more details about all these systems I'm giving in the rest of my talk. I'll start with the lowest average power laser, the mid-IR laser. You can see here some graphs, some plots on the stability of the parameters. And this is very important that for a user facility, user operational mode, the reliability, reproducibility, stability of these systems is almost more important than state-of-the-art parameters. You could see with the parameters that you have seen at Beamlines and what you are seeing here at ALPS as well, and you will see parameters for the NP facility as well, that for all the ELI equipment, we have gone for state-of-the-art or even sometimes pushing it beyond parameters, but the reproducibility, stability of the systems is very, very important when you want to offer it to users. Users come for a user campaign, they have a dedicated beam time allocated to them. They cannot wait until we fine-tune and tweak, and we may or may not get the promised parameters. So this is the system. It has been designed and implemented by a French company called Fastlight. And as I've said, it is operational since 2017. This is a photo of the mid-IR lab. This is on one optical table, the laser system itself. And then the rest of the lab is the target area. There is an optical table and then space for user equipment, vacuum chambers, time-of-flight spectrometers, anything. Our colleagues actually did some development of this system. So it was 40 femtosecond was the contracted pulse duration. And using spectral broadening in crystal pairs, we actually reduced the pulse duration to 17.5 femtosecond. So this system with, of course, somewhat less energy, but it is producing less than 2 cycles, pulses for the users. I have mentioned that we have contracted a high energy mid-IR system as well, which is in the TDR phase. We have the technical design report, and it is being implemented by a German company called Class 5. The HR laser status is that we have the HR1 laser operational in our laboratory. HR2 is arriving first half of next year. And you can see on this plot, this is just that part of the laboratory, of the whole laboratory building, how both HR1 and HR2 laser can be steered via the beam transport to either of the target areas. The HR laser is built by Active Fiber Systems. This is a company in Jena, And this laser system is full fiber technology. So starting with the oscillator, the amplifier, all is in fiber laser technology. We have in parallel fibers for the amplification, and there is coherent combination of the different channels to reach this very high average power. To remind you, this is 100 and 500 watts for the two systems, and this is a real challenge to handle. The two beamlines next to the laser for gas high harmonic generation is designed by CNR IFN, and they are these beamlines are pump probe schemes between the XUV attosecond pulses and the generating IR pulse. There is an interferometer, a Mach-Zehnder type interferometer with an area of almost 4 meters by 1 meter. And this is stable on the attosecond time scale. You can see here, these are sidebands, these oscillating ones. This is cross-correlation between the XUV radiation and the laser. And these oscillations, how we can resolve it, how we can detect them, actually indicates that there is a very, very good stability of the whole system. There are target areas, the characterization of the attosecond pulses, and experiments can be done in a time-of-flight spectrometer, which is installed between chamber 2 and chamber 4, where the two beams, IR and XUV, can be recombined, or the recombination can happen at a later stage, and then they can together be focused into a target area. Right now, this target area is taken up by a velocity map imaging spectrometer, but later on, and later means within 2 months, there will be a cold trim setup, a reaction microscope on other name, that will be positioned and kept here on this beamline. Since the target that this beamline is designed for is gas phase target, so it is partially transparent to the radiation. There is photon spectrometer behind the target area, this also can be used to gain additional information on what is happening in the target. There was technological challenges in putting this beamline operation. I have already mentioned that the high average power of the driving laser requires actually cooling of certain components. And one is this specially designed water-cooled high harmonic generation target. Since we need to minimize the windows on this gas cell to minimize the pressure in the background of the beamline, it means obviously that part of the laser beam is being clipped, and whatever is clipped is being absorbed by the cell. It's heating up, and as it's well known, vacuum is not a very good heat conductor, so the excess heat has to be taken away with this water cooling. We have a flux measurement of what is produced. We produce at the generation point approximately 170 picojoules per pulse, out of which approximately 50 picojoule reaches the target area. This is after beam handling and filtering with a 100 nanometer aluminum filter, and focused already in the target position. This is what we get, 50 picojoule at 100 kilohertz repetition rate. And the status of this beamline, we measured the pulse duration. We have about 160 attosecond pulse duration in the pulse train. This is in the pulse train operational mode. These experiments were done with the 50 femtosecond driver, long pulses. The short pulse mode has been just installed in July, and we haven't yet had the chance to shoot to the beamlines. Very nice stability of pump and probe we can see, and we have already done some. We have done a paper on fine-tuning the harmonic energy via driving it with double pulses. So this is experimental result from our laboratory. There is a sister or a sibling of this beamline next room. So there are two attosecond beamlines driven by the HR lasers. This beamline is slightly different from the one I have already introduced. This is designed for condensed matter physics. So it's not transparent. There is no photon spectrometer behind the end station, but there is an alternative position to steer the beam out if we want to look at the spectra of the radiation. This beamline is also equipped with a double-stage XUV monochromator, which allows us to time compensate what you would get from just a single-stage monochromator. Again, for condensed matter physics, this was necessary to equip the system with monochromator. This beamline will have two end stations. One is the nano-ESCA, I'll come back to it, and the other is a liquid jet end station with alternatively the beam can be steered out in the different direction. The silos system, the kilohertz system, as I have already mentioned, the alignment laser and the 30 millijoule version is already operational. Silos 3, the upgraded energy version, will come online in 2023. And again, I can show you some plots on the stability of the system, both the energy stability, the duration, and the CEP stability of the system. The two beamlines, the two gas HHG beamline that it's driving, I'll give you some status on the progress. The one is called the compact beamline because this one fits into a single room. The laser beam enters here in this corner of the room, and then the beam, after some conditioning, is being focused into onto a gas target. Actually, this is not just one single gas target. We use in this laboratory gas jets. There are 4 gas jets that can be moved relative to each other, and this is, of course, to achieve quasi-phase matching or some enhancement of the XUV radiation in multiple jets. The focal length is variable. It can be 3, 6, or 10 meters, which is already long in respect to other high harmonic generation setups. But I'll show you an even longer focusing arrangement in a minute. So harmonics are generated in this chamber in 1, 2, 3, or 4 gas jets, high pressure pulsed gas jets. Again, the pulsation is required to keep the background pressure as low as possible, because then we go to the steering chamber that can actually steer the beam to 3 different directions, to 3 different arms. In one, we can do the diagnostics, and for diagnostics, this system is equipped both with cross-correlation and autocorrelation possibilities, but it can also be used in different forms of user stations. Next year, a reaction microscope will be installed on this beamline to study some nonlinear attosecond dynamics. The beamline was designed by colleagues at Force, and I have already mentioned in the introduction that the concept is the same as their beamline, which is operating at Heraklion. I have here some experimental data. You can see here the XUV spectrum, the beam profile, the divergence or the cross-section of the beam. And it's also very nice. This is the spatial profile of the harmonics, and I think it resembles very much the ELI logo, if you have seen it. The ELI logo, of course, is a different concept. That's the temporal wavefronts of the light pulse. But still, I think it's very nice that we could experimentally reproduce something that resembles the logo. The other beamline, gas HHG beamline, driven by the Silos laser, I have briefly mentioned it before, is the long beamline, modeled on a system in Lund, and the whole design of the beamline was done by researchers in Lund. The beamline is 50 meters long. There is an input of the laser beam here, the Silos beam. The focusing element is positioned in this chamber, and this is an adaptive optical element. The focal distance can be changed continuously between 12 meters to 50 meters. So this is a really long focal focusing arrangement. The beam is sent all the way to the end. The folding mirror is positioned here, and harmonics are generated in this cell arrangement, which is positioned here on the way back, and then XUV is propagated to the target area. This cell arrangement is made up of 15 pieces of 40 centimeter cells that can be filled with gas independently. Even different types of gas can be put into the different cells, or the same gas at different pressure. We can choose whether we want to fill up with gas the front or the back part of the cell combination. And this can be done to optimize the generated XUV radiation. We can use it for quasi-phase matching. We can vary the length of the target. We can apply pressure profiles, whatever will come useful in the optimization procedure. And in the final bit of the beamline, there is an interferometer. This interferometer can produce different pump probe possibilities. There is an XUV possibility with a split mirror, but there is also the IR beam, which is generating, that can be used. And there is a third arm of the interferometer where actually locally we can produce lower harmonics, high harmonics, whatever the user experiment will require. There is a camp chamber, a camp design chamber installed on the beamline, which means that there is a gas target and there is a focused focusing is arranged. It's optimized focusing for the experiment, and there are multiple diagnostics that can be attached to this camp chamber, even in coincidence at different ports. And the highest peak power system, the 2 petawatt system, which I have already mentioned, is under installation. You can see on the photos that the laboratory is actually quite full already with all the equipment, all the CPA chain. And the system is developed by Amplitude Technologies, and it's under installation here in other laboratories. The current situation is that we are at 10 joule level, at 10 hertz. This is 10 joule uncompressed, but it has been already verified with a smaller portion of the energy that it can be compressed down to below 17 femtosecond, which is the aim. What remains to be done is the power amplifier at the end of the chain, and the testing that the system is working at this very high power stably. At lower power, the stability is extremely good of this system. I have mentioned that we will have this surface plasma high harmonic generation beamlines. There are two versions of it. One is driven by the SILOS system. This is in construction by RDOP Industries, and the petawatt laser will also drive such a beamline. Of course, different parameters can be reached at higher power. We are hoping to reach the ROM regime, whereas the other one is going to use the coherent wake field emission regime. And this is also in implementation by Source Lab. All of these equipments are contracted now and in the implementation phase. Other than the attosecond pulse generation, we also have electron acceleration beamlines. Again, we have two beamlines for electron acceleration. One is driven by the SILOS laser and the other is driven by the petawatt laser. Both beamlines are designed and implemented by Imperial College Laboratory, the John Adams Institute. Of course, these with our few cycle laser pulses, these electron beamlines will be complementary to what is done in Prague. Again, the philosophy behind the ELI pillars is to achieve complementarity in our equipments. And I've also mentioned that we are providing terahertz pulses, single cycle terahertz pulses also for the users. We have 2 terahertz facilities. The kind of smaller energy one is already operational. It is already accepting users since last year. The pulse energy that we can achieve with this terahertz generation scheme is 10 microjoule, and it is operating at a kilohertz repetition rate. You can see here the main parameters. What I want to point out that even with this low energy system, we can reach 200 kilovolt per centimeter field strength. And there is very high demand on this system by the users who want to study terahertz dynamics in different systems, different material samples. The high energy, sorry, I didn't mention, but I have the logo here. The system, both of the terahertz systems is designed and implemented by a Hungarian university group at the University of Pécs. Professor Hebling is a very well-known figure in high field strength terahertz generation. The high energy terahertz beamline is in development. The pump laser, which is developed by Amplitude Technology, is the site acceptance test was in February, and now the terahertz system design and implementation can take place. This system is operating at 50 Hertz. So this is going to be the repetition rate of our terahertz source. And with this one, we can go to 1 millijoule pulse energy and again, single cycle or less than 2 cycle pulse duration. This is actually the representing ELI-Alps menu, that whatever the light source, whatever the central wavelength of our lights, we are aiming for very short pulse duration. And I see that I'm running out of time. I would like to give you just some overview of the experimental stations that we already have. For time-resolved reaction control station, we have a versatile end station that can be used for pump probe experiment illuminating the different, illuminated by different sources. Terahertz, IR, even XUV radiation can be steered into this chamber, and you see some experimental result that was achieved with this equipment. The one that I have already mentioned, which is positioned for the condensed matter attosecond beamline, is called the NanoESCA by Sciente Omicron. This is for condensed matter and surface dynamical studies. It can be used in different modes, PEM mode, photoemission electron microscopy, imaging can be done, so we can in either momentum space or real space, we can do imaging of the sample. And this equipment is also installed with a state-of-the-art spin filter to study different type of dynamics. The VMI, the velocity map imaging spectrometer or end station was implemented by MBI. And it is also operational. The 100 kilohertz attosecond beamline is used to do experiments with this beamline. Reaction microscope or cold trims is under installation. We are having a final research report and site acceptance test to be accepted in September. After that, it will be installed on an attosecond beamline, and it is then ready to use in user campaigns. So I have already mentioned the scheme of ELI-Alps to provide laser pulses, to provide secondary sources, and provide experimental stations for user experiments here in our facility. Of course, if users have some very unique experimental setup, it is also possible to move the setup by the end of lasers or beamlines to do the experiments. I'm very proud to say that after a very long construction, very long planning phase at ELI-Alps, we have now experiments being done with user campaigns, different systems. This is the HR system. This is the mid-IR system. Again, the mid-IR system. And all these results are being published in high-impact journals. This is our achievements that we are really proud of, that out of the 9 commissioning lasers, we have already 5, which is user operational. Secondary sources are coming online too, and we have completed 25 user campaigns since our first laser started ticking. You can find on our webpage information on the available equipment. Just go to www.eli-alps.hu and then you look for users. There is a tab, and then it gives you all the description of the available equipments, lasers, secondary sources, and stations. And as already was mentioned by previous talks, not just the research equipments, but auxiliary services, we also made up to assist user work, which means we have mechanical, electrical workshops, optical workshops for very fast, quick work if during a user campaign something is urgently needed. And we also have a nanofabrication unit and radiobiology lab to assist with sample preparation of different types. I would like to draw your attention to the user workshops that ELI is arranging. ELI-Alps user workshop, the 8th in a chain, is happening in November. We hope it can be done in person. If not, we will go for online implementation, of course. but there is also a user workshop by ELI-Beamlines in the neighboring on the neighboring week. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention. I think I ran out of time. We have a very nice little video about ELI, but I think I have used up all my time. But if the organizers of the summer school think that they can screen it at some time, then you can see a bit more photos and videos from inside the ELI apps. I have...
Thanks a lot for your presentation, and the next one is the overview of ELI-NP, and the presenter is Katalin Ur.
Okay, so hello to everybody. I'm Katalin Ur. I am the director of ELI-NP, Extreme Light Infrastructure Nuclear Physics Research Infrastructure. And I will give you an overview of the last updates concerning the infrastructure in Bucharest. So first of all, I will give you information about the infrastructure that we built at ELI-NP. So let me show you where we are located. So we are in Romania, near Bucharest. And if we look to all the three pillars, we can see that we are standing on a parabola. And the ELI Alps, it's somewhere in the middle between ELI-Beamlines and ELI-NP. So our institute, it's located in the outskirts of Bucharest, in the southern part, on the Măgurele physics platform. And we are located near the Institute for Physics and Nuclear Engineer Horia Hulubei, in the middle of this forest, and the location it came naturally because IFIN was the institute that implemented ELI-NP, and we are taking advantage of the expertise in nuclear physics of this institute in using high power lasers for doing nuclear physics. So the infrastructure, it's operational since 2016. It has several buildings, but of course the main building, it's the one that hosts the main equipment for doing experiments. So we implemented also some novel technologies concerning the heating and the cooling down of the buildings and of the experimental setup. So we have a geothermal system that provides around 6 megawatts, and we just found out some time ago that this is the largest system of this type in Europe. Also, we implemented a system that allows the complete separation, isolation of the experimental holes from the outside vibrations through an anti-vibration platform that is sitting on dampers and springs, and it weighs something like 120,000 tons. Then we have the main equipment. So this is the high power laser system. We have two high power laser systems of 10 petawatt each one of them. We are building the gamma beam system at this moment. We have 9 experimental areas, and then we have laboratories and workshops, some of them being located in clean rooms. The main research are we have in the center, so the high power lasers and the variable energy gamma system, and they will tackle with basic science. And here we are looking to characterization of laser matter interaction by using nuclear methods, particle acceleration with high power lasers as a source of secondary radiation for doing nuclear physics, nuclear reactions in plasma, photonuclear reaction, nuclear structure and exotic nuclei studies with gamma beams, nuclear astrophysics and nucleosynthesis. And also we are looking into the field of quantum electrodynamics with high power lasers. But we are also studying applications, and we intend to develop technologies that will be applied in medical applications such as X-ray imaging, it's phase contrast X-ray imaging, or production of radioisotopes for medicine. Then we have also, we are developing technologies for industrial applications, such as non-destructive studies with gamma beams, and material studies with positrons or behavior of materials in high radiation fields. For performing all these studies, we have arranged several experimental areas. And here you can see with red the experimental areas where we send the laser beams. So we have an experimental area where we will do experiments with 100 terawatts at 10 Hertz repetition rate for studying photon-photon interaction, acceleration of electrons, or X-ray imaging. Then we have the E5 area that is dedicated to the 1 petawatt experiments. And here we will mainly do studies of materials in high radiation fields. And then we have two areas, E1 here and E6, that are dedicated to experiments with 10 petawatt lasers. The difference it is that in E1 we will use solid targets and we will do laser-driven nuclear physics. And in E6 we will use gas target and we will look into the topic of high field QED. Then we have also three areas that are dedicated to gamma beam studies. So we have two large areas for photonuclear reaction studies, and one area here that is dedicated to the use of positrons that are produced by the gamma beam in this area, by the interaction of the gamma beam with targets, tungsten targets. We produce positrons, and they are used in this area here for material studies. And then we have also a room where both the radiation, so the beams from the gamma beam and from the laser system can be used together in combined experiments. And we have an area that is dedicated to X-ray imaging and the development of instrumentation and technology needed for the characterization of the plasmas. So I will go to the main equipment, the equipment that are installed in our facility, and I will start with the high power laser system and its beam transport at 10 petawatt. So the high power laser system at ELI-NP sits in a clean room, as you see here, on a large surface. It's 2,800 square meters, and the whole room is maintained at a very constant temperature. So it's 20 degrees Celsius plus minus 0.5 degrees, and also in well-controlled humidity, relative humidity conditions. So we have two arms of this laser. So each arm then can deliver laser beams at 100 terawatt with a repetition rate of 10 Hertz, 1 petawatt with a repetition rate of 1 Hertz, and 10 petawatt with a repetition rate of 1 pulse per minute. So the beams from these two arms can in the same setup, independently in different experimental setups, and we can make different combination of power levels in the experimental setups. So in the lower right corner, you can see the compressor, the 10 petawatt compressor that is really very big. And I have to mention also the fact that in building the laser system, the high power laser system, it was included also the building of the transport lines for the 100 terawatt and 1 petawatt power levels. But the transport lines for the 10 petawatt was left for a separate contract because it was too complex to be handled together with the laser system. And okay, so the laser system is operational since the end of 2019. And here you see in this table the parameters of the three outputs. So we have the energy that ranges from 2.7 joule to 244 joules for the 10 petawatt. The durations, corresponding duration, that is, they are below 25 femtoseconds. The repetition rates for the three output lines, and also the stray ratio, the pointing stability, and RF jitter. So as I said, the laser beam transport line at 10 petawatt was built as a separate component of the system. You see here that we built a complex system that is transporting the two 10 petawatt beams to the experimental stations E1 and D6, and we have additionally one beam line with a laser beam at 1 petawatt. And this is an auxiliary beam line that can be used for experiments, but also it will be used for preparing the experiments at 10 petawatt with a lower power and a higher repetition rate, in such a way that when everything is set up and prepared, we can send under safe conditions the 10 petawatt laser beams to the experimental station. So this transport line serves three experimental stations. One is E1, as I said, with solid target experiments. The other one is E6 with gas target experiments. And then we have the E7 experimental hall, where we can have the combined experiments between laser and the beams that are coming from a gamma beam system. So this system was finished and commissioned by December last year, 2020. And it also included the development of a 10 petawatt beam dump. That was one of the major issues that we had when we finished the laser beam to transport it towards the experimental or to the testing stations, as there were high risk of back reflection from the stopping material of the beam of 10 petawatt. So inside this contract, also a beam dump for 10 petawatt was delivered. So having the beam transport, the high power laser system and the beam dump, we were able to test the combined system and to transport the laser beam from the laser to the experimental station. And the first time we did this was in August last year, August 19. And here in the upper right corner, you see an image from the control room. And in the upper corner of this image, you can see also the photograph of Gérard Mourou, who participated to this first shooting at 10 petawatt from remote due to the COVID pandemic. He could not come in person to this test. So the measurements were performed in the E7 room, where we mounted the beam dump for the 10 petawatt laser light, and we had also diagnostic stations after the compressor to measure the duration of the pulse and the energy of the pulse, and also we had another diagnostic bench in the E7 on the near laser, and you see here the image that is very nice. We don't have peaks or hot spots on the laser surface, and also we have a wavefront device that allowed us to measure the wavefront of the laser. That we have a 72 nanometers RMS on the wavefront of the laser. The duration of the pulse was measured, as you see here, to be around 23 femtosecond, and we shot for more than half an hour at 1 shot per minute, starting from lower power. So we started around 3 petawatt, and then we raised slowly the power towards 10 petawatt. And then we had 10 shots at 10 petawatt. And as you can see here, we had no degradation of the pulses in time. After the shots, we verified the optical components in the system. So we looked to the gratings, to the compressor mirror, and also to the transport mirror in order to see whether they suffered damages or if we had losses of efficiency. And we could see that there were no losses of efficiency and no damages were observed on the optics after shooting for half an hour with the system. So these measurements were repeated, but in a different room. So this time we have repeated this measurement on the long focal line in that has 30 meter long. It's 30 meter long. So we placed the beam dump and the test bench in the chamber where we will put the long focal mirror, and we measured again, or we shot again with the laser starting from 3 petawatt to 10 petawatt. So this was done as a live demonstration within the inaugural 10 petawatt and user symposium that was held on November 17 at ELI. Again, unfortunately, people could not come and to participate in person to this event, but everything was transmitted in Zoom, and people could see these shots as they were produced. So here you see that we managed also to improve the quality of the laser beam, as there is no more that pre-pulse that we could see it in August, and the duration of the pulse at full width half maximum was around 21 femtoseconds in this case. As concerns the operation of the high power lasers, in last year, in 2020, we operated the laser at 100 terawatt for 23 weeks. The 1 petawatt was operated for 1 week, and this was mainly for alignment purposes. And the 10 petawatt was operated for 2 weeks, and this was for the commissioning of the laser beam transport system. In 2021, we started very late the operation. We started only in July, and what you can see here in these pictures are typical operation days for 100 terawatt line and the 1 petawatt line. So you see that we are starting, we are switching on the lasers at 7 o'clock in the morning, and by 10 o'clock we are reaching the regime, and then the users have beam time up to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. And the same, it's also valid for the 1 petawatt. So at 10 o'clock we were always ready with a beam for the users, and they could do their experiments as it was scheduled. So in the graph, in the lower graph, you can see the beam time schedule for 2021, and you can see the experiments at 100 terawatt with red, and with blue, the experiments at 1 petawatt power level. So most of the time we are running in parallel with both beam lines, except for a few cases, and we just weeks of measurements for determining the jitter between the laser pulses produced in the two arms. And we will restart the experimental campaigns at the end of August. And we will run, as you see, this year up to the second week of December. Now, the other main equipment providing beams at ELI will be the variable energy gamma system. So this system, it's producing gamma rays, high energy gamma rays, by using the inverse Compton scattering phenomenon. So we are scattering light, low energy light. We will use infrared and green light scattered on relativistic electrons to produce gamma rays. And this is done by accelerating the electrons in a linear accelerator, and then they will be stored in a storage ring where we have also the interaction with the laser. So we started the building of this system in 2019, end of 2019. Until now, the first stage of this building was accomplished last year in 2020, first half of 2020. And now we are in the second stage where we already have the utilities, so water and electrical power installed, and we have several components of the system delivered. Stage 3 is the last stage of the implementation of the system, and it will end in May 2023, when we hope to start the experiments and to have already commissioning experiments in the second half of the year. Now, the main parameters of the system are the energy that is going up to almost 20 MeV. The beam that are almost quasi-chromatic, so they have a relative bandwidth of 0.5%. They will provide a high spectral density, so more than 5,000 photons per electron volt per second, and a high degree of linear polarization, as you see here, 95%, more than 95% polarization. In the case, this kind of machine are a kind of colliders. So in colliders, the number of output particles, so in this case, number of gamma rays, is determined by the luminosity of the collider and the cross-section of the interaction between the colliding particles. So here the cross-section, it is the Thomson scattering as order of magnitude, and one can see that this is a very low cross-section. And then, of course, in order to increase, to have a large number of gammas, one has to work on the luminosity and to increase as much as possible this parameter. Now, in colliders, the luminosity is defined by the number of photons, the number of electrons at the interaction point, the area of the interaction between the two, and also the frequency, repetition frequency of the interaction. So in the case of this machine, the luminosity, the increase in the luminosity was obtained by making the frequency of the interaction very high. So we are speaking about more than 70 megahertz, and this is happening as you see here. So we have electrons that are injected in the storage ring. They are coming at the interaction point where we have a Fabry-Perot cavity in which the laser it's recirculated, so the green dots are the laser, and they interact with the electrons that are the yellow dots, and they produce the gamma ray that are the red dots. So this happens at more than 70 megahertz frequency. And also the system will have a collimation in order to restrict the gamma beam that is produced by this system to only a very narrow region of it, the central part that represents something like 1 per mil of the total gamma flux that is produced, in order to obtain the bandwidths that I said they are less than 0.5% relative bandwidth. So with these parameters as relative bandwidth and number of photons after the collimator in photons per second, ELI-NP it will become the state of the art in the field of gamma beams systems. So here you see a comparison with a few systems that are operational in the world today. The best one of them being the Higgs system that is today operational at Duke University in the United States. Now, of course, having the system operational since last year, so we had the laser already running at the end of 2019. We also started with the first experiments. So this was an early experiment performed at 100 terawatt in the E4 experimental hall, and it consisted in electron acceleration in gas jet. So the system, we were shooting with the laser at 100 terawatt in a gas jet, and after that we had an electron deflector, so it's a magnetic field, and then we have an imaging system based on LANX to see the electrons that were accelerated with this system. So we used a nozzle with a diameter of 2 millimeters to inject gas at high pressure. So the gas was between 10 and 20 bars. And the gas was either helium, pure helium, or helium mixture with 2% of nitrogen. And then we shoot the laser in the jet, and here you can see the plasma channel produced by the laser. And after the characteristics of the laser pulses that we used are as you see here. So we arrived at an energy that was around 2.4 joules with a pulse duration that was shorter than 25 femtoseconds. And the beam diameter, the laser beam diameter was 54 millimeters, and the laser pointing fluctuation, it was around plus minus 7 microradian. We had the parabolic mirror with 1.5 meter focal length, sorry. Okay. And at the end, the spot size, the focus spot size of the laser in the gas was of the order of 22 microns at full width half maximum. And here you can see the nice Gaussian shape of this spot and the image of the laser spot here. So in these conditions, we reached a level of the irradiance that was 10 to the 19 watts per square centimeter. And the results you can see in the lower part. So accelerate the spectra obtained for the accelerated electrons. So with helium, we were around 250, 200 mega electron volts. And with that mixture of helium and nitrogen, we were shooting for the highest electron energy. So we arrived at more than 300 MeV electrons. These results are consistent with what was already reported in the literature until now. And we arrived to have an acceleration field of about 1 GeV per centimeter. So these were experiments that this was an experiment that was performed last year. This year we started the commissioning experiments, and the role of these commissioning experiments is to test the performance of the complete laser system and experimental setup. And we are gradually doing the commissioning experiments at the different power levels as the experimental setups are ready to do that. So we started at 100 terawatt in the E4 experimental hall and at 1 petawatt in E5 hall. And here you see, so for the 100 terawatt, we are looking for experiments to search for dark matter candidates and also for X-ray production through betatron emission. At E5 at 1 petawatt, we are looking for proton acceleration and the 10 petawatt with traders at 200 MeV, and also the neutron generation, okay, and then acceleration of heavy ions for nuclear physics. And also we will use laser gamma conversion, so the gamma flash, in order to demonstrate the parameters of the laser beam. And then in the E6 experimental station with gas target, we will accelerate electrons to multi-GeV energies. So these experiments are led by researchers, but they are done with together with international expert users that helps us in reaching the maximum parameters of our system. So this, in our case, these commissioning experiments are part of the project implementation. So they were discussed and proposed to the ELI-NP International Scientific Advisory Board, and they were approved by the board. So let me just briefly tell you some of the preparation for these experiments, or even first results that we have until now. So at 100 terawatt in the experimental hall E4, we are looking for dark matter. So we are looking for axion type particles. And you will hear more about this topic on Thursday at noon in the talk of Professor Homa. But I will just give you a few hints about what we are doing here. So we are looking for the light dark matter particles called axion. They have that is below electron volt. And we are doing this by quasi-parallel colliding photons, two incident photons, and the signature will be produced via four-wave mixing process in the vacuum. So this experiment, it's the result of the Cepheiras collaboration between Japan, you see here, University of Hiroshima, ICR Kyoto, and Romania. So these are my colleagues from ELI-NP. So what we are trying to do here is just to take advantage of the high power lasers we have here in order to have a high photon density, and this is this comes from the fact that we have high laser intensity and high repetition rate, but also we have to solve several challenges. As suppressing the atomic four-wave mixing, and this means that we need to ensure ultra-high vacuum conditions for the experiment and collecting high statistics data. But this is again the result of having high-intensity laser system, as the probability to produce these particles in this process, it's increasing with the cubic power of the irradiance. So having a high power laser, it's very useful for this kind of experiment. So these are some pictures from the experimental hall. So this was taken from above when the ceiling was still open, so we can see the whole experimental setup. So we have two vacuum chambers for experiments, and one of them, the ultra high vacuum one, it's covered with a blanket for heating up the interaction chamber in order to outgas the walls of the chamber and to allow us to reach high levels of vacuum. So this system was built and installed by NTG, by the company NTG from Germany. And this is how it looks today with the preparation. You see the cover of the high vacuum chamber lifted, and here my colleagues are preparing the experimental setup. And these are some pictures from the inside of the interaction chamber where the optics was installed, and the testing system was prepared. So we had a first beam time that ended in August, and it was meant to make some first measurements of background and to understand how the background depends on the vacuum. Then there will be a second session this year in the period September-October, when the background will continue to be monitored and investigated by increasing the energy of the output of the 100 terawatt beamline, and also of the neodymium YAG laser pulses. So these are the two colors that are mixed in the four-wave mixing experiment. And then there will be a third beam time in November, December that will be performed in the ultra-high vacuum interaction chamber, where there will be an improved vacuum for lowering the background. And okay, so we have to understand in these measurements what happens and to get a very good knowledge about the background that we have in our interaction chamber. And then, of course, the beam times will continue also next year in the fourth quarter, and there is already a letter of intent submitted by the SAFERES collaboration in order to continue the measurements for searching dark matter at 100 terawatt, and if possible in the future also at 1 petawatt. So to go in a system where there will be more energy in the laser pulse. Now, as concerns the experiments at 1 petawatt, they were performed in the E5 experimental hall, and there are two big aims for these experiments. First of all, proton accelerations, and here we will use a plasma mirror in order to test and to see how it works at 1 petawatt. The measurements will be done in two stages. So the first stage was performed in July, August this year without the plasma mirror, and we performed proton acceleration at powers that were of the order of 200, 300 terawatt on plastic and aluminum targets. And the second stage will be performed starting from end of August, beginning of September, with the plasma mirror. So what we are aiming here, it is to scan the energy of the proton and the conversion efficiency for various materials and thicknesses, and also to scan the proton energy scaling with the laser intensity and for different target thicknesses. And also we have the possibility to switch between linear and circular polarization and to see the effect on the acceleration of the protons. Electron acceleration, it's the second goal, and this will be performed both in gas jet, something similar to what was performed at 100 terawatt last year, but also in the gas cell that is under installation now in the experimental in the interaction chamber. And the aim is to accelerate electrons at GeV energy. So this is a view of the experimental hall, E5. So you see that, okay, so we will use solid and targets for proton acceleration and gas targets for electron acceleration. Until now, we worked in the C3 interaction chamber. So it's the one here. So the laser beam is coming from the right. So we have the two lines coming into the experimental hall. But now we are moving the whole setup in the next experimental hall, and we will perform here in C1 the experiments in the second part of this year. And for doing the experiments, we have a number of diagnostics, and you see laser deformable and also beam transport optical components. So this is a drawing showing the experimental up for the experiments that were performed in the period of July and August in the C3 room. And we were ramping up the laser power slowly. So we started at tens of terawatt towards 1 petawatt. And we have tested targets that were plastic and aluminum, and we had different thicknesses between microns and tens of microns thickness. We measured the energy of the protons with a Thomson parabola. We had also RCF, so radiochromic films, 2 stacks of radiochromic films for doing that. And we had laser specular reflection monitoring system. We had also a laser back reflection measurement system, and also other diagnostics that were used for characterizing and monitoring the quality of the laser beam. So, and then we had plasma probing with shadowgraphy and interferometry. We measured the pulse duration both here in the experimental area and in the laser bay, and we had also a contrast measurement of the laser beam, but this was performed only in the laser bay. So the best focal spot that we obtained for the laser at 1 petawatt in this area was of the order of 3.5 microns at full width half maximum, as you see in these images. And this means that we can reach in this experimental hall irradiances somewhere below 10 to the 22 watts per square centimeters. In the right part of the slide, you can see the target wheel. So we could mount 32 targets and then to change them automatically from outside without the need of opening the interaction chamber. And the alignment precision of the targets in this configuration was below 5 microns. So this is the laser contrast. So you can see here what we measured for the pulses that we use. So it was optimized during this measurement. So this is one of the last pulses that we measured in this interaction room, and you see also the target. So the laser was incident at an angle on the target in order to minimize the back reflection from the target into the laser system. So as I said, we started with 20 terawatt laser power, and then the maximum energy that we reached during this campaign was maximum power. It was 500 terawatt. So the results that we obtain are in good agreement with the ones published in literature. And here I am showing only two shots from these measurements. So we have the proton spectrum measured at 20 terawatt. So here you can see that we arrived at energies that maximum energies that were around 4-5 MeVs. And they were measured both with the Thomson parabola and the radiochromic film stack. And the spectrum for 180 terawatt that I'm showing it here, it showed maximum energy of the protons around 12 MeV. We had a few shots at 500 terawatts, and here the proton energy, it seems that arrived somewhere around 30 MeV. The data are still under analysis, and they will be ready at the end of this month, and then we will be able to show also the spectra from these measurements at half a petawatt. Now, if we compare the results we obtain, so we have the ones at 20 terawatt and at 180 terawatt, they are consistent with what was performed before at similar power levels in the world. So as I said, in autumn we will continue the commissioning with 1 petawatt experiments in the experimental E5 with long focal. So we will move everything in the C1 interaction chamber, and we will do the commissioning on solid target. We continue. We will have as concerns the experimental holes E1 and E6, so they will be commissioned with 10 petawatt. So for the moment, we are waiting for the delivery of the 10 petawatt optics, and for both experimental stations. So we have the 30 meters focal spherical mirror that has to be provided, and short focal 1.5 meter off-axis parabolas. They have a laser-induced damage threshold that has to be higher than 0.3 joule per square centimeters. The delivery of these mirrors is for November this year, and we will install and test them up to February 2022, when we will be ready to start commissioning experiments on this in these experimental stations. Here you can see the arrangements for the two experimental stations, E1 and E6. So we have in E1 with the two arms, the 10 petawatt that can deliver the beam in this in the interaction chamber. And the other one is E6, where we have the two 10 petawatt beam, but also the 1 petawatt that can arrive there, and then we can do also combined experiments or pump probe experiments with different powers of laser. This experimental, okay, so here you see photographs, okay, this is the laser beam transport system that you already saw at the beginning of my talk, but then we have the interaction chambers, the E1, the E6, and they were provided by AVS from Spain. And then you can see also again the long focal line for 10 petawatt, 30 meters long. Yeah. Oops. Okay. Now, the scientific cases that were approved by the ICEB, ELI-NP ICEB, for the commissioning of the experiments at 10 petawatt are here. So in E1, we have to demonstrate acceleration of protons above 200 MeV, and to show that we are going closer to 10 to 23 watts per square centimeter. This can also can be done and studied with gamma flash generation. And here we saw from the literature, from the calculations, that the efficiency for producing gamma rays can arrive to 20% in the case of 10 petawatt lasers. And also, since we have high energy protons accelerated, we will also do a neutron generation through spallation with the high energy protons. And in E6, we will do a laser wave field acceleration of electrons at irradiances that are about 10 to the 20 watts per square centimeters, and to demonstrate that we can produce multi-GeV electrons. You will hear more about the laser-driven nuclear physics program that we have and physics cases from Klaus Spohr on Thursday, starting at 3 o'clock. So as concerns the commissioning experiment, so accelerating protons above 200 MeV, it's also consistent with previous measurements. So here with blue, you can see the range covered by ELI-NP, and we are here on short pulses region, so we can reach this level of proton energy higher than 200 MeV. In the laser conversion, yes, again, we want to demonstrate the fact that we are able to reach an irradiance that is higher than 10 to the 22 watts per square centimeters. And for this reason, what we will do is we will look for the gamma flash that is produced in synchrotron-like radiation above the Bremsstrahlung by increasing the irradiance. So we will increase the irradiance by varying the pump energy in the laser, and we will look for the point where this synchrotron-like radiation go above the radiation. And since this increase is very dramatic, we have to see it immediately. And then we have to identify, so we will be in this scaling region where the laser intensity and the power for the gamma, so the power for the gamma rays is increasing linearly with the power of the laser. This is supported by all the calculations, theoretical calculations. So we are looking forward in doing this kind of measurements next year. As for the acceleration of electrons in the E6 experimental hole, so we are not very far from the time when in Nature appeared one of the first articles showing the acceleration of electrons in the range of more than 100 MeV. Today we are somewhere, the record is somewhere around 8 GeV with the Bella laser, that is almost 1 petawatt. And if we look to the theoretical predictions, so Bella it's here around petawatt, and then ELI-NP it's 10 times more, so we are at 10 petawatt, so we can hope to have a significant increase in the energy of the electrons accelerated with 10 petawatt at ELI-NP. For the combined laser station E7, here this is still under construction. It was ordered and it will be delivered and installed by the end of the next year in 2022. And here we will perform experiments that will be both combined with radiation from the gamma beam or okay, so I have to go forward with the gamma beam experiments. I will just give you a few information about that. So we have 3 experimental rooms for doing experiments with gamma beams. So we have a system that provides high intensity monochromatic gamma beams, and we are studying photonuclear reactions, so the interaction of gamma beams with nuclei. So this kind of probe, it is complementary to the other standard probes with particles, accelerated particles in nuclear physics. And it has a particularity that excites nuclei in a very selective manner. Only some selected modes in nuclei are excited by using gamma rays. So we will study nuclear structure, and we will look to the dipole response of nuclei, electromagnetic dipole response. We can excite giant dipole resonances and pygmy dipole resonances. We can look to photonuclear reaction cross-section measurements with applications in nuclear astrophysics, and also we can look into photofission and production of exotic nuclei. On the other side, on the application side, we can use gamma beams to develop technologies for industrial imaging, for radioisotope production, and material studies with positrons. Now, we have the experimental hole E8. In here you can see one of the devices that will be used for nuclear studies, nuclear physics studies. Namely, we will excite states in nuclei at subthresholds. So we will excite bound states in nuclei, and we will study nuclear resonance fluorescence. And we will measure decay widths of nuclear states or low energy dipole response. So this is vibrations of the nuclei. So this quadrupole vibration or kind of octuple vibrations, or coupling between quadrupole and octuple vibrations in nuclei. Or we will study pygmy dipole resonances, where we have excess neutrons oscillating against the core of the nucleus, and also scissors mode that are a particular kind of excitation, where protons and neutrons are oscillating as a scissor against the other. This will be a setup based on segmented Clover detector, that are germanium detector, and lanthanum bromide scintillators detectors. In the experimental hall E9, we will perform studies of the giant dipole resonances of pygmy dipole resonances. So these are above the neutron threshold, neutron separation threshold. And here, the giant dipole resonance is a way in which neutrons and protons in the nuclei are oscillating one against the other, as compared to the pygmy, where only the neutron skin is oscillating against the core of the nucleus. So here we will do measurements of the photoneutron reactions, gamma n. We can measure also gamma gamma prime, and to determine polarizations of the gamma rays emitted. And also we will study the decay from these states towards the ground state or excited states in nuclei. So for this, we are building, we've already built an experimental setup with scintillator detectors, lanthanum bromide and cerium bromide detectors, and also neutron detectors. We have lithium glass detectors for low energy neutrons and liquid scintillator detectors for high energy neutrons that are emitted from the reactions induced by the gamma rays. And also in E9, in the experimental hall E9, we have another device that is used for, will be used for measuring cross sections in the photoneutron reactions. It consists of 28 helium counters, helium-3 counters, and these detectors were placed in a geometry that ensures almost a flat efficiency for the detections of the neutrons over a wide range of energies. So you see here from almost 0 to about 5 MeV neutrons, we have a flat efficiency. So this is very good for measuring cross sections. And what we can do here, so we can what we notice in the literature is the fact that most of the measurements of the cross sections for photoneutron processes were measured back in the 60s and 80s, and they were performed mainly in two laboratories, Saclay in France and Lawrence Livermore in USA. And we can see here, when we look to the nuclei that were measured in both laboratories, that there are large discrepancies between the measurements. So any kind of putting these measurements to making them to agree was useless. And the only way to solve the discrepancies is by performing new and reliable measurements that will be possible to be done at ELI-NP with this system. So here you can see images of the positron annihilation spectroscopy setup. So this is for measurements, material studies with positrons, and this is the experimental setup for doing imaging with gamma rays. That now it is installed in the E8 experimental hall. As applications of the gamma beam, I would mention just one of them that is important, this nuclear resonance fluorescence active interrogation. So we can study materials in a non-invasive and non-destructive way. So we can look inside the materials without the need to destroy them. And we can also identify their elemental composition. Why? Because we can excite different states in different nuclei with high precision, because we have very narrow gamma beams, so definition and energy is very good. So we can selectively excite states in nuclei. So, and we can, as you see here in this case, we have uranium-235, uranium-238, and plutonium. So we can selectively go and excite states in this nuclei, and then we look to the decay of these states, and if the energy corresponds to the decay from the excited state to the ground state, then we can decide that in this box there is that material. So we know exactly the energy of that state. So if we see a gamma ray coming from the box, it means that we have that material there. So this is how we can identify the presence of different material in that site. So this is very important for the identification of sensitive nuclear materials, and it can have application in field here. So if we combine the transmission measurements, so we are just transmitting the gamma ray through an object, and we measure the intensity of the transmitted gamma ray. With the NRF resonance, as I showed you before, we can improve a lot the image of the object, and also we can perform all the elemental composition of the object. So we can say where in the object we have a specific type of material. For performing all the experiments or for running the systems, we have a number of laboratories, support laboratories, and as you see here is in this area of the building, we have a mechanical and vacuum workshop, we have a biophysics laboratory, plasma diagnostics, we have dosimetry laboratory, spectroscopy and detector lab, and then we have in clean room optics laboratory, laser laboratory, and target laboratory. So I will mention only two of them. So one is the target laboratory. As here we will develop, or we are developing already the targets for the experiments, and we are, as you see here, preparing films that are thicker, micrometer size, or thin as nanometer size, and also we will do in the future nanostructure targets or complex 3D shapes target and high-Z targets. So this laboratory is working together with researchers from ELI-NP in order to develop the targets that are needed for the commissioning experiments in this period, and then for the user experiments in the future. And we have all the techniques that is needed to make the deposition, the characterization, structuring, and cleaning methods for this target production. And the optics and laser laboratory, this is used for training the operators for the high power lasers mainly. And we have an ultra fast high power laser Avesta based on titanium sapphire for doing this. But also we can also perform here components testing and experiments with the equipment that it is present in the laboratory. Now, as planning, I will show you how we will perform in the future.
Katalin, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, the time is running very quickly. Please, could you be quick and finish your presentation in 3 minutes, please?
So I have two slides more, and I'm ready.
Thank you.
Okay, so the 100 terawatt experiments, you see, they will run until the end of this year, and then we start the user experiments. At 1 petawatt, we will run up to the beginning of 2023 with commissioning, and then we will start user experiments also with 1 petawatt. And 10 petawatt, we will have commissioning runs up to mid-2023. But in parallel, since we have two arms, we will start also the user experiments first at E1 and then at E6. And with the gamma system, we will have the commissioning experiments in the period from, this is too much, so we will have commissioning experiments in the second half of 2023, beginning of 2024, and then from 2024, we will start the runs with users. As user access, we will have two kinds of access. The first one is the commissioning runs that are performed today with expert users. And then in the future, we will go towards open access, as also Alan was saying at the beginning, with experiments that will be approved based on scientific merit and evaluated by an international committee. And then I want just to mention that in 2019, we had the first user workshop where we had more than 70 participants, and it resulted in more than 70 letters of intent. And we are planning the second user workshop for the end of this year after we have the commissioning results, the commissioning experiments result from 1 petawatt and 100 terawatt. As human resources, yes, we are looking for young people to come to work with us, and here it's the web page where one can find information about the available jobs, or one can write an email to human resources. And we are working in strong connection with the universities from Bucharest, University Polytechnica, University of Bucharest, for master courses and PhD. And I will just end with this summary that, okay, so we are, the laser, it's fully operational on all outputs, and the Vega system, it's under construction and it will be commissioned in 2023. The experimental areas at 100 terawatt and 1 petawatt are installed and under commissioning, and first results agree with published data. The commissioning of the experimental areas E1, E6 at 10 petawatt will start at the beginning of 2022. And user experiments and call for proposals are foreseen for the beginning of 2022. And we are foreseeing that the whole infrastructure will be installed and fully commissioned by the end of 2023. And with this, I would like to thank you for the attention and for following my presentation.
Thanks a lot for the presentations. Now it's time for the lunch. So we meet at 2 o'clock of Central European summertime, and don't forget to watch the posters on ELI-Beamlines website. So see you at 2 o'clock.
Hi guys, I hope you had a good lunch and now you're ready to start with the afternoon session, which is going to be about lasers. So let me introduce you the first speaker of this afternoon session, which is Dr. Robert Boge, who is a member of ELI-Beamlines laser team, who got his master's from Massachusetts University and his PhD from ETH Zurich in 2015. He will tell us about ultra-short lasers.
Hello everyone, thank you for being here today. Thank you Mr. Chairman for the kind introduction. I am Robert Boge from ELI-Beamlines. I will talk about fundamentals of laser physics and ultra-short pulse amplification today. I joined ELI-Beamlines about 6 years ago after my PhD. So here I'm working in the laser team where I'm developing and building lasers. But during my PhD, I was doing fundamental research as an experimentalist. So we might share some common background. As I've been told, most of you are experimentalists. I was studying ultra-fast electron dynamics, doing strong field ionization and single photon ionization with attosecond pulses. We were using a commercial laser system, and I did like the engineering aspect of it, and despite the difficulties to get these lasers to work, as you might have all experienced, I decided to switch field. So now I'm at ELI-Beamlines building these lasers, and here I am giving an introduction on lasers. Maybe I should mention that it's not going to be fundamentals of laser physics, but more a very basic introduction to lasers. I hope that you will learn a few things, and for those who are already laser experts, I hope it's not going to be too boring. So let's start. This is the overview of my presentation. I will start with an introduction and motivation. I'll talk about amplification through stimulated emission. I will explain how an oscillator works, how we get ultra-short pulse generation. Then I'll talk about dispersion and temporal control of laser pulses. And finally, I'll explain laser amplifiers. So here's an introduction. This photo, you can see the facility, ELI-Beamlines in Czech Republic, with the administrative building in the front. Here in the back, you can see a little bit the laser hall that houses the advanced laser sources, secondary sources, and experimental stations for users. So as you heard already, people can apply here for beam time, and then they come and perform their experiments. Here you can see an overview of our laser building. We have in the ground floor here 4 different lasers with different parameters, and then we send the beam to the basement that has a whole range of experimental stations where we generate secondary sources like X-ray, high harmonics, electron beams, proton beams. We also do experiments then on plasma physics, and you can see here material and biomolecular application. So just for scale, here you can see one of the colleagues trying to align one of the lasers. This is an overview of our lasers. We have laser L1 to L4. We also gave them more creative names, and they have various parameters. So we have this first laser, has about 100 millijoules, and then it goes up to 1.5 kilojoules. Maybe I should mention that these are the target parameters, and you will see different parameters on different presentations. This is just to give you an idea. Some parameters are not met yet, some are met, but not in combination with others, but this is where we want to go. Ultimately, you see that all the lasers are ultra short, so this is one of the first advantages, that we can probe extremely fast dynamics in the femtosecond duration with femtosecond pulses. And the other advantage of short pulses is that we can take these energies and compress them in time to reach extremely high peak powers from terawatt to petawatts. And when we focus these high intensities into a small spot, then we get extremely high intensities. And this is where interesting physics happen. So this is where we can do acceleration of particles and plasma physics. And for these various energies and peak powers that we have here, they are operated at the highest possible rate. So you can perform the same experiment much faster or in the same time, you can acquire much more data and get a much bigger signal-to-noise ratio. So it's a huge advantage over other laser systems with same parameter but lower repetition rate. Just to give you some context, L4 with 10 petawatt peak power, that's a lot of zeros. And if you compare that to a nuclear power plant with 1 gigawatt of average power, that's 10 million times more. And if you compare to the world electric power generation, that's still 1,500 times more. Yeah, maybe that comparison is not fair, as one is peak power and one is average power, but it shows you how you can achieve with such rather small energies extreme high peak powers just by compressing it extremely in time. So how can we reach these powers and intensities with moderate energies? As said, we compress them in time and space. That requires ultra-short laser pulses and extremely small focal spot. This can only be achieved with temporal and spatial coherent light that we get from lasers. Here we have a well-defined wavefront in our laser pulses that allows us to manipulate the laser very precisely in time and space. And that's simply not possible with classic non-coherent light, as there we don't have the means to manipulate it sufficiently well. Here you can see a time scale on a logarithmic scale going from attoseconds to 10 to the 18 seconds. And if you look at some events on the shortest time, we have the shortest possible laser pulses in the attosecond and femtosecond regime. And on the other side, you have the age of mankind and the age of the universe. So the smallest and largest time scales we know. And as a comparison, when we plot two arrows of the same length, we see that the shortest laser pulse compared to a minute, then a minute compares to the age of the universe. So these are really extremely short time scales. Now, that was the introduction and motivation. Let's talk, how do we get laser amplification? Well, first, light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation, that's what laser stands for. And there are a few processes involved, so we really go through the basics here now. We have absorption, where we have in a two-level system. So here we have a medium, and we know that when an electron is bound in a potential from quantum mechanics that only certain energy levels are allowed. Here we take a system with two allowed states, and a photon of the right energy can be absorbed, and then the absorption probability is given by the cross-section, and then the photon energy is transferred to the electron, which goes from the ground state to the excited state, so we call it an excited electron. The reverse process is spontaneous emission, where the electron returns to the ground state. The probability is given by the lifetime of the upper state, and the photon has the same energy as the energy difference between these two states. However, that photon has random phase and direction. And then finally, stimulated emission, the key process. Here we have an incident electron of matching energy, and that one stimulates a transition. So the electron up here returns to the ground state. Probability is given by the emission cross-section, and an additional photon of matching energy is emitted. And now that's the key point. Both photons are identical. So direction, energy, phase, and polarization are exactly the same. And that's the key process of laser amplification. Now, can we get that system to lace with two states? So there's the spontaneous emission that is fairly slow, so we can just ignore this for now. And in order to lace, we need to have optical inversion or electron population inversion. And that means we need to have more electrons in the upper level than in the lower level. In this case, pump and laser photons are the same. And we can see that it's not possible to get more electrons in the second level than the first, because the absorption and the emission processes compete with each other. And if you look at the rate equation that describes this, even if you pump arbitrarily strong, the maximum you can reach is 50% up in the upper level and 50% in the lower level. So this level cannot lace. What do we need to do to get it to lace? Well, we add a few more levels. So here we have a 4-level system. Let me talk you through it. We start with the electrons in the ground level. We excite them with a pump laser, and now they can decay through a fast non-radiative relaxation into the upper laser level. From there are two channels to decay. There are the slow spontaneous emission and the laser transition. Let's ignore the slow spontaneous emission for now. and any photon arriving in the lower laser level is immediately removed back to the ground level. So what we see, if we excite a single electron with a pump photon, it immediately goes to the upper laser level where it remains. So every pump photon that is absorbed causes an electron in the upper level, and there are none in here as they are removed immediately. So every excited electron contributes to lasing. There are no photon electrons here, so we have no reabsorption of the laser, and the laser threshold is very low. One drawback of the system is that a lot of energy is lost in these non-radiative relaxations, where energy from the pump is transferred as heat into the crystal. This energy mismatch is called quantum defect. There's a different system, a 3-level system, where you can see the ratio between pump and laser photons is smaller, so we have a smaller quantum defect. This is the advantage here. However, due to if you look at the process happening here, the electrons in the lower laser levels are not removed. So as you pump hard, you can get electrons up here, but you need to reach at least 50% of the electrons here and 50% electrons here to start lasing. So let's say 40% here and 60% here. And you will always have electrons in the lower level, so you always reabsorb the laser, and you need to pump fairly hard to get lasing, so you have a higher laser threshold. But the advantage, as I said, is a smaller quantum defect. There's a state system that is somewhere in between. We call it a quasi 3-level system. And here it's like a 4-level system, but these 2 levels are so close that the thermal population causes some electrons to be always in the lower laser level. So that you will always have a little bit of reabsorption of the laser, and that gives you a lower, but it's still a lower laser threshold. And the quantum defect is smaller, and the properties of the system can be improved by cooling it, so you'll have less thermal population and it will behave like a 4-level system, but with a smaller quantum defect. There are semiconductor lasers, I'm not going to go much into detail, where you can electrically excite semiconductors, you create electron-hole pairs by creating an electric field, and then stimulate radiative recombination. This gives you laser diodes where you just apply electric fields and you get laser photons. Now, how do we get such a medium actually to emit a coherent beam into one side? This medium, when it's pumped, has inversion and gain, so we call that a gain medium. We place 2 mirrors around it, which we call a cavity or a resonator. And when we pump the gain medium, we store energy in it, we create inversion. So when now a photon enters that gain medium, it's amplified, and here in this case we get 2 photons. Now we have a partially reflective mirror, let's say 50-50. So one photon is transmitted and one is reflected. That one is amplified. So you see, we reach an equilibrium between gain and losses at some point. And if you think as photons being at the same time particle and waves, we can describe the whole system with electric waves propagating around. And you have one wave propagating to the right and one to the left. And with fixed boundary condition, you'll have a standing wave forming. And this is actually how it looks. These 2 waves are interfering, and you get this nodes oscillating. And you have this then as an output. And here, in this case, we have a single frequency giving us a continuous wave CW laser. Now we might have in our gain medium the transition between the upper laser level and the lower laser level. It doesn't need to be completely discrete. It can allow for a certain range of frequency or energies. So we can add here different frequencies. And if you have multiple frequencies in your cavity and then leaving the cavity, you see how they interfere constructively and destructively. So here constructively and here destructively. And now as we add more frequencies, we can see how pulses start to emerge. And as we add even more frequencies, here we see actually how an ultra-short pulse forms. And with sufficient frequencies, we can actually approach the duration that compares to the length of single or few optical cycles. And this will be in the femtosecond duration. And at this position here of the pulse, you see that all frequency are exactly overlapped with a constant phase between them. So we need to ensure the fixed relations, which we do through mode locking. more precisely Kerr lens mode locking. So this is a nonlinear effect where the refractive index, the speed of light in the medium, depends on the intensity. This is how the layout will look. So we use a gain medium that experiences that effect. We place it in a cavity. Here we have some curved optics, and we can design it in a way that we get two different modes in that cavity. And because the modes in the cavity have a Gaussian shape, they will be, due to the higher intensity in the middle, be focused by the pulsed beam. And we design it in such a way that the CW operation and the pulse operation have different mode sizes due to that lensing effect of the pulse probe. And now we align the pump with the pulsed mode, so the pulsed mode will experience a higher gain. So they're competing with each other, and eventually just the pulse operation dominates, in which all the frequencies are locked in phase. And interestingly is we can start that process from noise. So if we bump into one of the optics, we introduce a little bit of noise, a little bit of intensity modulation that will experience a little bit of Kerr lens mode, Kerr lens focusing. That beam will be focused and overlap better with the pump, experience more gain, and that creates a runaway reaction that transfers all the energy from the CW mode into the pulse mode. So now that we saw how we get pulsed operation from an oscillator, let's see how we can amplify that. So this we do with a process called chip pulse amplification, CPA, invented by Donna Strickland and Gérard Moreau, that was recognized by the Nobel Prize in 2018. So the idea here is that we use that weak but very short pulse from the oscillator, and we stretch it in time to this pulse, and then we amplify it. And the key idea here is that we reduce the risk of damage as we keep the intensities due to the long stretching fairly low. And only after amplification we recompress it and get a very short high intensity pulse. We want to reduce the intensity during the amplification, and this we can do through stretching or expanding of the beam size, but it's much easier to stretch the pulse by a factor of 1,000,000 than to expand the beam size by a factor of 1,000,000. And this is how laser damage can look like on optics. So there are many different processes how this can happen, and this is we want to avoid this, so that's why we do the stretching of the pulses. Now we saw already how the spectral and temporal properties of light are connected, how as we adding more and more frequencies, the pulses are getting shorter and shorter, so we want broadband spectrum. So we also need amplifiers with a large bandwidth, and this requires precise control of the phase, which is the relative phase between the different colors with respect to each other, or in simpler words, which color arrives at what time. Now, a few slides about dispersion. So this may be a little bit technical. So if you don't like all these equations, I think you don't need them. It's not so important. And if you actually need to calculate something later, you can just look them up in the literature. So let me go through this. If we have electric laser pulse like this, we can describe it with that notation where we have at the beginning the envelope. That is when we square it, gives us the intensity. So that's a real value. We have the carrier frequency. You see here an oscillation. It's basically a cosine function. And we can write that down in complex notation that will simply make the math simpler and more elegant. And then here there's an additional phase term. So let's see what the phase term does. If the phase term is 0, we have the shortest possible pulse. However, if the phase term is not 0, we might have a completely different pulse shape. Now let's compare how this looks in the time domain versus the spectral domain. This is again the same what I showed you before. And on this side, we have now the spectrum. We can describe the spectrum with a power spectral density. This is what you measure in the lab. But there's an additional term here, which is the phase, which normally is a little bit more elusive, so you need different techniques to measure that. But it's important when you want to go back and forth between time domain and frequency domain, which you do with the Fourier transform, that you know exactly the phase. So in dispersion, this is really the key element. So let's look at this in more detail. We have here our laser pulse in the frequency domain with a phase. That phase normally is fairly well behaved. So we don't have abrupt jumps and very complicated shapes. So we can expand it, and we get different terms like an offset, the slope, the curvature, and higher orders. They have different names. So the offset in the phase is actually the same one in the frequency domain than in the time domain. In the time domain, it's the carrier envelope offset of phase, CEP, which describes the offset between the carrier and the envelope. And then the first derivative is the group delay. It's a shift in time. And then, more importantly, the group delay dispersion, the second derivative, that actually describes how much chirp the pulse has. So how much are the different colors spread in time. If we want to describe the propagation through medium, we don't change the spectrum. That remains the same, but the pulse accumulates a little bit of phase. So this is the pulse entering the media, and that's the pulse exiting the media. We get a little bit of extra phase. Here we see the relation between the phase and the wave number and the propagation distance. And this is the wave number, how you can see here how it relates to the refractive index. And again, we can expand it. We have different terms, an offset, a slope, and a curvature. And similar than before, they have different terms. The phase velocity is the offset. You can see here we use the inverse in order to get units of speed. And the first derivative, so the phase velocity, which is the velocity of each color through the medium. We have the group velocity, which is the speed of the pulse in the medium. And then finally here the group velocity dispersion. That is how fast does our pulse spread, how fast are the colors spreading as the pulse propagates through the medium. And these values are related. So we see here that the group delay accumulated by propagating through a medium of thickness z is z divided by the group velocity, and the same here for the accumulated group delay dispersion is given by z divided by the group velocity dispersion. Now, if we want to look at this in the time and spectral domain at the same time, we have here the phase velocity, and that describes the speed at which this carrier propagates in the medium. And then we have the group velocity, and if we look at an envelope of the pulse, this describes how fast the envelope propagates in the medium. And these two will normally not be the same, so you will see how the carrier will slip within the pulse, so the carrier envelope phase, which determines the difference between the two of them, will also slip in time. And finally, the group velocity dispersion. This tells us how fast are these colors separating as the pulse propagates through the medium. How do we apply this now to our chirp pulse amplification? Well, let's have a look at the compression first, as this is a little bit simpler. So here we have high energies and short pulses, so there's a significant risk of damage. So commonly we use reflective surfaces. Common solution are grating and prism compressors. Here we use gratings much more often. As I just mentioned, when you go through a prism, there's a higher risk of damage, and there are also chirp mirror compressors. Now this is how a grating compressor looks like. We have 4 gratings, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have the chirp pulse arriving, and then we have the first grating that separates different colors through diffraction. And we can see that different colors propagate different distances. In this case, we see the blue propagates a shorter distance than the red, and the path length difference of the two in the orders of tens of centimeters allows us to compress pulses from nanoseconds to femtoseconds. If we look at the math, this is the phase accumulated by dispersion in a medium. That changes slightly. So we see now the distance has also dependencies on the frequency. If we put in the exact path difference, we will see when we derive it twice that the group delay dispersion is non-zero, and actually it's negative. So a pulse chirp like this will be compressed so that all colors end up on top of each other. And we can see as the distances between the gratings is changed, we can tweak the actual amount of dispersion. Here we can see how this actually looks like. We have the stretch pulse arriving, it's separated spatially, propagates, and then we put the colors back on top of each other. And this is done in a way that we can control the exact delay so that we compress the stretch pulse and we get a compressed pulse. Now we can do this slightly different with chip mirrors. Here we have a mirror consisting of dielectric layers, but they're made in a way that colors, wavelengths, or different wavelengths are reflected at different depth. So here again, blue travels a shorter distance than red. However, the mirrors are very thin, so you have micrometer path length differences. So we have to use many of those, and normally you can go from maybe 100 femtoseconds to a few femtoseconds. If you use dozens of mirrors, you can maybe go to a few picoseconds to femtoseconds. And again, we have here a distance that depends on the wavelengths, and the second derivative will be smaller than 0 if we have the blue reflection on top and the red reflection further down the mirror. Now we saw how compression works. Let's have a look at stretches. So here we have a lower risk of damage, so it is okay to use optics in transmission. So there are more possibilities. We can again use a grating or prism stretcher, but then there are other ways. There's chip fiber Bragg grating stretcher that's similar than the chip mirror, but it happens in a fiber, so you can write different refractive indices into that fiber, and fibers are centimeters long, so we can reflect colors at different depths of that fiber. There's a very fancy device. It's an acoustic optic programmable dispersive filter, AOPDF, where an acoustic wave is launched into a crystal, and then the laser pulse is diffracted off that acoustic wave, and it can be tailored in a way that different colors are diffracted at different depth, so you can control very precisely the phase that is written onto that pulse. And finally, maybe the most simple way, you take a compressed pulse, a very limited pulse, and you propagate it through a medium, and it will accumulate dispersion, and it will be stretched in time. So let's have a look at the grating stretcher. Here is a smart design. You add a few lenses in something that looks like a grating compressor. Here we use a folding mirror, so the incoming light will pass through grating 1 and 2, and then be reflected and do grating 2 and 1 again. So we effectively have again 4 gratings. But due to the smart arrangement of lenses, you can see that blue now propagates longer than red, which is the opposite that we had before. And we can see also as we move that grating left and right, the separation of the different colors on that grating can be adjusted. So we can tweak that chirp. And again, we have here a distance that depends on the frequency, but now the second derivative is positive. We can look at this in this little animation. We have the compressed pulse arriving. It's spread spatially. Each color propagates a different length, and you can see here how they are spread in time. And now we recombine them spatially, and they end up spatially on top of each other, but arriving at different times. So let's briefly summarize dispersion. It can get fairly complicated. There are lots of equations, but don't let that confuse you. You can always look them up in the literature if you actually need to calculate something. What we should remember, there are different domains, the time and frequency domain. The time domain is normally what you like to know. You want to know the intensity distribution of your pulse. What intensity can you expect when you focus it? Do we have pre-pulses? How long is our pulse? And then there's the frequency domain where we calculate propagation and dispersion, but both describe the same, and you can switch between them using the Fourier transform. And it's important for chirp pulse amplification when you want to calculate stretching and compression of laser pulses. Now we can talk about amplifiers. So we understand the oscillator, we understand stretching and compression. Now comes the middle part, how do we amplify laser? So we have our gain medium. We know how we get amplification within the gain medium, but there are more consideration. It's, for example, the gain medium geometries. There are multiple variations. There's a rod, disc, multi-slab, fiber. These are the most common one. And then we can arrange these in an amplifier in different ways, at different amplifier layouts. We can have a regenerative amplifier, multipass amplifier, parallel amplification with recombination, or optical parametric amplification. So if we look at a whole laser beamline like this, where we start with the oscillator, stretcher, pre-amplifier, power amplifier, and then compression, we also have isolators, because the smallest reflection from the final power amplifier might damage the sensitive oscillators or preamplifier, so we want to avoid that. So there are many, as you can imagine, there are many considerations to make, because each part has very different properties like energy, gain, spectrum, duration. So there are many choices and combination of all these parameters that can be done. So let's have a look at them. Maybe first of all, we have the consideration for choosing the right gain medium geometry is cooling, which probably is the main point. How do we extract the heat that was deposited in the crystal during pumping due to the quantum defect? Then what gain do we want to achieve? How do we pump? From where does the pump enter the crystal? What beam size do we have? And a lot of these factors then again depend on the gain medium that we chose. So here, let's have a look first at the rod geometry. We can operate that in a single shot operation, where it just cools down completely and then we have uniform temperature. But if we operate that at a certain repetition rate or higher repetition rate, we will see that it will be a higher temperature in the middle. So we have a non-uniform heat distribution, and the refractive index depends on the temperature. So this will, as we propagate through the gain medium, distort our laser pulse. We pump from the sides and we cool from the sides. And we can make this as long as we want and then get very high gain. We can, if we operate that at a repetition rate, we get only medium energy due to the thermal distribution, or we can get very large energies if we let it cool down completely, but that's more single shot operation, which is not so common anymore. And with this, we get only medium power out of the system. There is another geometry, which is thin disk geometry. We use basically an extremely thin rod. We make it reflective on one side. So when the laser arrives on the top and the pump, they go through the medium and then reflect it. We can cool this from the back. So we have an extremely uniform heat distribution and extremely efficient cooling. It's a one-dimensional heat flow. And however, it's very thin, so we have low gain and low energy stored in here, but we can operate it at very high repetition rates and get high average powers. This is another geometry, the slab geometry. So we have thicker slabs now of the gain medium, and there's a cooling agent flowing through them. It can be gas or liquid, and the system is isolated from the environment with windows through which the pump and the laser beam propagate. We have a near uniform heat distribution. It's because the cooling agent comes from here, so it's going to be a little bit cooler here than there, so that distorts the beam slightly. But we can achieve very high gain, high energy, and high power. However, from an engineering point of view, this is rather complex. But one other advantage is we can do cryogenic cooling. So for example, we can get from a 3-level system, we can achieve a 4-level system, taking advantage of the smaller quantum defect. There are fiber lasers, and here we have a rather small core in order to achieve good beam quality. So we are limited in energy, and since the whole cross-section is quite small, the surface to volume area is very large. So we can cool this very well. We can run this at high repetition rates. We can also get high powers out of this, but at limited energy. So now, in what layout can we arrange these gain mediums? There's one called regenerative amplifier, where we build a cavity similar to an oscillator, and with the cavity designed appropriately, we can get very good beam quality. And here we have an optical switch that allows us to trap a seed pulse that enters the cavity and make it circulate in that cavity. And every time it goes through the gain medium, we extract a little bit of energy, and we see how the energy of that pulse goes up further and further till it depletes the gain medium. And eventually we have a little bit of losses, and here we just switch a little bit too late. So ideally we would have switched here and released the amplified pulse out of the cavity. We can achieve very high gain with many passes, However, the energy is limited by the maximum size of the optical switch, as we cannot make the beams larger and larger. This problem doesn't exist for multipass amplifiers where we don't have an optical switch. We achieve the multiple passes through the gain medium through geometrical multiplexing, so we just place a lot of mirrors around the gain medium and just have individual passes go through the medium. Because of fewer passes, we have lower gain, but we can use a gain medium which has a large gain to compensate, and this is commonly used to extract large energies where we don't need such gain. So if you want to go from 1 kilojoule to 2 kilojoules, we only need a gain of 2, not 1,000. So this geometry might be appropriate. Here is yet another layout. It's parallel amplification with recombination. We split the beam in multiple channels. Each is amplified separately, and then they're recombined coherently, which is very demanding as we have to match the pulses in phase very precisely. And finally, optical parametric amplification, OPA. Here we have the signal. This is our laser beam propagating together with a pump through a crystal. And here the energy is transferred from the pump to the signal via this wave mixing. And the residual energy is exiting as an idler. There's some phase matching conditions and energy and momentum, but this is based on a nonlinear effect, and not stimulated emission. So first of all, it's not a laser, so that's not why it can't be part of that lecture. And since it's a nonlinear effect, Jakub will talk about this in the next presentation. When building these laser amplifier chains, there are a few parasitic effects. One of them is gain narrowing, and you can see that the emission cross section here for, in this case, YAG, or ytterbium YAG, is not continuous. So in the center wavelengths, it is higher. We will have higher gain than at the wings, and this causes, we will have higher gain, and this causes the bandwidth to get reduced. So if we see such an amplifier with a spectrum that is rectangular, the sides will be amplified less, and the stronger the gain, the narrower the spectrum gets. And this, we saw, will make the pulse duration get longer and longer. So we will have to limit that effect. Another parasitic effect is amplified spontaneous emission, ASE. So there will always be some spontaneous emission in our gain medium. So there are photons that are emitted in all directions, and normally this is weaker than the laser propagating in this direction through the medium, but it will experience a little bit of amplification as well. And if we have large gain medium, there can actually be significant amplification, for example, perpendicular. And this can actually remove energy from our crystal in a way that it reduces the overall efficiency. So there are many more topics that I can't cover here in this short time. So there's diffraction that describes the spatial properties of light that you use for the cavity design to describe propagation on non-Gaussian shaped beams and how you image them from one plane to another. We didn't talk much about gain modeling. We can do this for oscillators or amplifiers. Here we use the rate equations where we calculate the absorption of the pump and the laser emission probabilities. This depends on the pump parameter, the gain medium geometry, and we can do this in 1D, 2D, 3D, or spectrally resolved. We can add ASE. We also don't talk about polarization here. So when we design such an amplifier chain, there are many considerations. Each part has very different requirements in wavelengths, bandwidth, duration, energy, and gain. There are parasitic effects like gain narrowing, ASE background. There are some nonlinear effects that we'll see later, like self-focusing and spectral self-modulation. Then there are more engineering problems like thermal load, laser-induced damage, and more engineering problems, mechanical stability, water, vacuum cleanliness, controls. One thing I didn't talk about is, I was talking all the time about pumping the laser, but how do you pump a laser? So here we have amplifier that amplify a broad spectrum with good beam quality. But how do we provide the energy for these pump lasers? How do we pump them? Well, we use obviously a pump laser. So that pump laser has narrow band and high energy and with good optical beam quality. Well, now you might ask, how do we pump the pump laser? Well, now we use the diode lasers. So here we have electrically pumped diodes that can provide a huge amount of energy, but with poor beam quality. We also need to seat our pump laser, so we have an oscillator. Actually, the oscillator will have its own pump laser pumped by diodes. So there's a lot of lasers that you need in order to build such an amplifier. And sometimes you even need to build a complete amplifier line just for the pump laser. So you need to stretch it, pre-amplify it, have a main pump laser, and then compress it. And this is the layout of the L1 laser system. So this is basically all the systems that we described before. We start with an oscillator. Here we have the pump lasers for multiple laser stages. The pump lasers are pre-amplified with fiber lasers. They're stretched with a fiber Bragg grating stretcher. Then they're amplified with regenerative amplifier. The last stage is amplified with a multipass amplifier. This is actually the part I'm working on right now. Then they're compressed with grating compressors and pumping several stages of OPA. So this is the broadband part from the oscillator, which is stretched with the acoustic optical programmable dispersive filter I mentioned before. And finally, it's compressed with chirp mirrors. So this, you see, all the parts that we discussed before are part of this laser system. And this is how it looks like in the hall. We have here pump laser compressor, main OPA, and chirp mirror compressor. Here I have a video showing how we build the laser system. So this is starting with the hall being, putting in the optical tables, building the enclosure around it. This is what we call the oscillator. It's the first 4 stages. This is the beam line where we have the last 3 stages with the big pump lasers. This is the chamber for the pump lasers where we put it in place. These are the optical table for the pump laser. So we have here first pump laser arriving. This is the chamber for the OPA stages and the chirp mirror compressor. Then everything is positioned in place. We have now all the beam transport installed. Now we place you can see the enclosure coming in. And then we have to wire it all up. And here we see first amplification. Some more connectorization and bringing it up. So here we have the whole system. And all this took 1 year just to get the laser kind of working. And now if you spent the last 2 years just to ramping up the parameters. So that can be quite, so basically you get 10%, how do you say it? 90% of the work done in the 10% of the time, and the remaining 10% is actually 90% of the time. And we have other laser systems. So here, this is just pictures. There's the L2 laser system, the L3 laser system, and the L4 laser system. And this is the end of my talk. I talked about amplification through stimulated emission. I explained how an oscillator works, how we get ultra-short pulses. I talked about dispersion and the temporal control of laser pulses, and about laser amplifier. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Plus difference between OPA and...
Okay, so now I'm getting some questions here. How to prevent damage? No, what is the question?
Is there a major difference in pulse properties from CPA to OPA-based amplification?
So what is the difference between broadband amplification in lasers and in OPA? So I would say the main difference is in OPA that there's no quantum defect. So the energy difference between pump photon and laser photon goes into an idler. So there's it's radiated away, and there's no heat load on the crystal. That I would say is the main difference.
The question is, how do you prevent the damage to gratings in the compressor?
You need to, once it's compressed, you have the full compressed pulse, so it's very short. So you need to make the beam large enough on the last grating. And the key point, and another point that is maybe less obvious, it's cleanliness. You need to go to vacuum, and you have to have your vacuum chamber extremely clean all the time. So that's very important.
Okay, and last question. I have a last question, just watching the YouTube chat online. It's from Dipender Singh. If you can just go quickly through the CPA process.
Yeah, sure. This is the wrong. Can I go back to my presentation? Or can I put up the slide? The slide. Oh, this is, well, I don't see it. I don't think it's on the presentation.
Presentation is not more on because there is another presentation.
Okay.
Okay, so I can't show the slide right now, but the chip pulse amplification, we start with a very weak pulse from an oscillator, which has all the optical properties that we like. It is short, it has a broadband spectrum, and then we want to amplify it. If we would amplify it straight away, eventually we would start damaging the amplifier. So the trick is that we stretch it in time, and we know that the peak power is energy divided by duration. So making it longer lowers the intensity, and we have less risk of damaging the amplifier, and we can actually keep the beam size fairly small without having too high intensities on our optics. And then later we recompress it. We just then need to be careful about the intensities on our last grating and the beam propagation from the compressor to the experiments.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much, and enjoy the next presentation.
So let me, thanks Robert Boge a lot for your nice lecture. And let me introduce you our next speaker, who's Dr. Jakub Novák, who got his master's and PhD from Czech Technical University in Prague. And he's gonna tell us about nonlinear processes in laser physics.
Hello. So hello again. Now we have a sound. So I want to thank you to Gabriele for introduction, and I also thank to my pre-speaker Robert for introducing the lasers and for giving me a little bit more time for my presentation. And in these talks you've already heard, and in the talks you will hear, there was many times mentioned multiple nonlinear phenomena which are occurring in lasers and laser physics, and I would like to kind of summarize all of these nonlinear phenomena and effects and show you how they work and how they can be utilized in the laser physics and the laser related research. So let's first talk about what is nonlinear optics. Nonlinear optics describes the behavior of light in nonlinear media in which the polarization density P responds nonlinearly to the electric field E of the light. So what is kind of very specific to nonlinear effects is they are strongly dependent on intensity of light. And we also observe them typically at very high laser field intensities. The nonlinear effects can be a very useful tool. They are used for frequency conversion, for Katalin's mode locking, as you've already heard in previous talk, for various kind of metrology. But it can be also a challenge during the laser development and research, because they can also cause self-focusing, so they can damage the optics, or self-phase modulation, and various kinds of scattering. So let's have a look in what is the difference between linear and nonlinear response of the dielectric optical medium. So when we have a wave, electromagnetic wave, traveling through the medium, it gives rise to polarization of the medium. So, and this polarization in classical linear way is proportional to the field, and it basically this kind of polarization is the same frequency as the field, and it's also it's only the material influences in the way that we have some dielectric constant, which corresponds to the nonlinear index to the index of refraction of the medium. However, when the intensity is very high, the response of the medium stops. Order. What is interesting is that this third order nonlinear polarization we can get in all kinds of media, including glass, air, crystals, and you can see here on this example that the kind of response of the polarization to the field is somewhat different. However, this second order nonlinear polarization can be observed only in so-called non-centrosymmetric media. So these media are typically birefringent. So these are birefringent crystals. So these are media where the light or wave propagates differently in different directions. And so only in these you get the second and all other even terms of this polarization. So let's first have a look at this second order nonlinear polarization. So as I said, they occur only in non-centrosymmetric materials like birefringent crystals, and here we can see most common crystals which are used for these nonlinear effects, like LBO, BBO, KDP, KTP, YCOP. Here on the picture, you can see a KDP crystal grown in Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, and it was used for National Ignition Facility, where it is used for conversion of the fundamental laser beam into the second and third harmonic. Also, the effects related to second order nonlinear polarization are sum and difference frequency generation, and also various parametric amplification and oscillation processes. There are two basic rules which govern these processes, and it's conservation of energy and conservation of momentum. So when we generate the other frequencies, we always have to conserve the energies of the photons. So if we have a photon with higher energy, the two generated photons have to add up to the first one, and also we have to conserve the momentum of light. So it is kind of expressed in this kind of vector equation where the k vectors have to also add up. So that's related to the phase velocities. They have to be matching the same, so the effect can be efficient. We will talk more about it later. And this is called phase matching. So now let's start with the most simple of these effects, which is second harmonic generation. Generation is a special case of some frequency generation. So here we have two same photons, and they together create a new photon which has double the frequency. So in general term, we can have various wavelength or various frequency photons. Here in second harmonic, this process is in degeneracy, so these two photons are of the same frequency. So when we have a fundamental beam going through the nonlinear crystal, we are fulfilling the phase matching condition, and on the output, we convert some of those photons into second harmonic. So you can see on the photo here, there is like an invisible infrared beam from ytterbium YAG laser, so it's 1030 nanometers, going through the LBO crystal, where it is converted into second harmonic, so it creates this green beam. There are multiple types of interaction, how we can generate second harmonic or other nonlinear processes, and it's type 1 and type 2 interaction. In type 1, these two fundamental photons have the same polarization, and the second harmonic polarization is perpendicular to the pump. In type 2, these two photons have a perpendicular polarization, and the second harmonic has the one of the polarization perpendicular as well. So let's maybe have a closer look at the phase matching. What does it mean that we are achieving this important condition for efficient generation of some second harmonic, for example? So here the phase matching is explained on the example of the second harmonic. So on this first picture, we have a nonlinear medium which is not phase matched. So we didn't pay attention to the proper phase matching. So we have the fundamental waves coming in. Some of them get converted into second harmonic, and because the index of refraction of the second harmonic is different to the index of refraction of the fundamental wave, they have different phase velocities, these waves. So the other wave, which converts into the second harmonic somewhere further, then also kind of propagates, but with different phase velocities. And at some point, these converted waves can be in the opposite phase, so they can be totally counter phase, and they effectively cancel each other, and instead of second harmonic, we get a fundamental again. So if we cut our crystal at the bad position, we may end up with zero conversion efficiency into a second harmonic. And you can see here the vector, how the vectors don't add up between the two fundamental photon and the second harmonic. In the case when we are phase matched, the indices of refraction are identical, and therefore also the phase velocities are the same. So no matter where the wave gets converted into second harmonic, all these waves add up and are in phase. And so no matter where we kind of cut the crystal, we get the second harmonic out. It is calculated and nicely shown on this last picture. It's calculated for a general case. So the description is a little misleading. Here the pump is the second harmonic, and signal and idler are the two photons, two fundamental photons. And because this is maybe good to point out that even though in second harmonic we have technically only two beams or two waves interacting, seemingly, like we have the fundamental and second harmonic, it's still three-wave process. So we have two photons of fundamental which create a third photon of the second harmonic. So here these two photons are here with the red and yellow lines, so they are here together. And as they propagate through the crystal, they are getting converted into the second harmonic. Here the solid line shows the case where we are perfectly phase matched, and as we propagate, we basically convert all the photons into second harmonic. However, this is rarely a case, and we almost always have certain amount of phase mismatch. So that's this kind of second case with the dashed line. So you can see that we get a second harmonic, and after some time, we are starting getting out of phase, and we are starting back converting the light back into the fundamental. If our phase mismatch is even bigger, we basically start observing these kind of oscillations as the light propagates through the crystal. So then it kind of depends a lot how long our crystal is, right? Because when we cut it, for example, here, and we are phase mismatched, we get zero conversion efficiency. So it's also important to kind of consider how long your crystal should be to get a good conversion efficiency. So how do we actually get this phase matching condition fulfilled? How do we match the indices of refraction? So here, let's assume we have a uniaxial nonlinear crystal, and here we have on this picture, we have basically a graph of how the indices of refraction look based on the angle with respect to the optical axis, which is in the middle going toward us. So the ordinary waves, they have homogeneous index of refraction, which is independent on the angle to the optical axis. The fundamental has smaller index of refraction, the second harmonic has the largest index of refraction, so the diameter of the circle is bigger. For the extraordinary wave, which would be our second harmonic in this case, the index of refraction is dependent on the angle. So it is kind of an ellipse. And again, it's bigger for the second harmonic than for the fundamental. And you can see that we can find some instances where the fundamental index of refraction is exactly the same as the index of refraction of the extraordinary second harmonic wave. So there is, for example, 1 point, like 3 others. So here it is the same situation is drawn in the frequencies. So at these points, so if we find the right angle of with respect to the optical axis of our beam propagating, we get a perfect phase matching. So this phase matching I just described is called critical phase matching because it's somehow critical on the alignment of your crystal, right? You have to orient your crystal properly. There is also so-called non-critical phase matching or temperature phase matching, where the phase matching is achieved by tuning the temperature. So you don't have to be perfectly aligned with the angle, but you can tune the temperature and find the phase matching for your wavelength, which you want to kind of use for your, for example, second harmonic generation. So you can see you might need to heat up your crystal tens or even hundreds of degrees to achieve the phase matching. The last kind of interesting way how to phase match your crystal is so-called quasi-phase matching. This way is used especially for wavelengths for which it is hard to find phase matching in classical crystals. as we were talking about before. So some longer wavelengths or some special kind of uses, like where you want to have some super broadband amplification and such. So these crystals, the most commonly used is lithium niobate. So when we have a lithium niobate just as such, it behaves as a normal crystal. So it is typically not phase matched, right? So as we were showing before, when we propagate the light through the length of the crystal, we get these oscillations of some small conversion and back conversion. However, if we stop this crystal at the kind of peak of the conversion and we kind of flip it, like flip its orientation, we start to match the velocities, phase velocities again. They start to catching up again, and we start converting again more, and then we can flip again, and like this we can efficiently convert all the light into the second harmonic. The way how is it done, it's kind of manufactured in a way that you take the crystal and you put electrodes on it, and you apply strong field which reorients the crystal inside. And if you do it with the right period, you kind of pole this crystal. You get this periodically poled crystal, in this case periodically poled lithium niobate or piplin. And if you do it like with the right period, you can get good phase matching for your application. So for example, if you have a second harmonic of the NDIAC laser, which is 1 micron, then the half the period has to be 3.4 micrometers. So you can see it's very fine structure, which is not very easy to create, but in small sizes it is possible, and you can, the big advantage is that you can tailor this kind of customized crystal for whatever application you have. Now, with the second order nonlinear polarization, we can also generate third harmonic. Obviously, we could generate third harmonic with a third order nonlinear polarization, which would be this case shown here on the upper part. So we would simply have a centrosymmetric crystal, and we would send a fundamental beam, and if we achieve phase matching, we get some conversion to third harmonic. But as we said in the beginning, this third order nonlinearity is much weaker than the second order, and by many orders of magnitude. So it's much more efficient to use second order instead, and to use two stages of a conversion. So in the first stage, we convert some of our light into second harmonic, and we have then a fundamental propagating together with the second harmonic. Then we have the third crystal, which is phase matched for all three wavelengths, and we can do some frequency generation. So we add this omega with 2 omega, and we get 3 omega on the output. And this process is more efficient than trying to do third harmonic just with a third order nonlinearity. And now we are finally getting to parametric processes. So we will talk about parametric fluorescence, which is a kind of, this process is kind of case of sum and difference frequency generation. So we have strong pump photons, and we can generate some kind of lower energy, 2 lower energy photons out of it. And so imagine we have a crystal, and we send strong beam through it, and there is a fulfilled phase matching for some of the angles, and it starts to generate some of these other photons just from the quantum noise. So we are kind of getting 2 photon emission from a virtual level excited by this intense pump. And this kind of manifests as a cone and that, of these generated photons, and that cone kind of shows in which angles of the crystals we are fulfilling the phase matching condition. And this obviously can be a parasitic effect in optical parametric amplifiers, where it decreases your contrast. However, it can be also used for aligning of these amplifiers, because if you just send this pump, you can see in which way you exactly have your phase matching fulfilled. and then you can send your signal through there and amplify it. This effect is also used in optical parametric generation, OPG, OPO, or optical parametric oscillations. So again, as we have the nonlinear crystal, we send the beam through, we fulfill some phase matching, and we from the noise we generate two other photons with smaller energies. And if we simply build a resonator, a cavity around this crystal, which is tuned to this wavelength, we can generate these other wavelengths, and it can be broadly tunable. We can tune the crystal, turn the crystal, and get different wavelength based on what phase matching condition we fulfill by orienting the crystal. You can even get the two outputs, right? Because we are generating two photons, so we can make it that we have dual output. And this can be very useful for when we need a tunable light source. And finally, we are getting to optical parametric amplification. You've already heard something about it in previous talk, but as Robert said, it's not technically a laser, so he couldn't talk about it. However, it's widely used in laser physics. It's not a laser because it doesn't involve any stimulated emission like is in the acronym laser, but it works with the coherent radiation in this sense. So the process is still the same. We have a pump beam going on the crystal. The crystal is oriented to be phase matched, so it's at some angle to the optical axis, and we also have our signal beam which we want to amplify. And if we are phase matched right, the part of the pump beam energy is transferred into the signal, and the rest of the energy gets into the idler. And so that's the principle of parametric amplification. If this signal is chirped, like as we've heard in previous talk, that we can have like the stretched pulses amplified to avoid some damages, then it's called optical parametric chirped pulse amplification, or OPCPA. So this is basically the diagram how the phase matching works. We have the crystal optical axis. Under the angle theta, we send the pump beam, and under the angle alpha, which is the non-collinear angle between the pump and signal, we send our beam which we want to amplify, our signal. Then to fulfill the phase matching condition, we can kind of draw this kind of triangle, or if you draw it here, it will be parallelogram, and we have to fulfill this vector kind of equation, and we generate the idler photon. What is interesting on this non-collinear configuration is that we can amplify not only one wavelength, but the whole wide bandwidth of the wavelengths. So this phase matching condition can be at the same time fulfilled for a broad spectrum. As you can see, the signal is kind of propagated in one direction, and the generated idler is going, obviously they each has different wavelength, but also different directions. So this idler is spatially chirped, or angularly chirped. So here is just once more the same situation drawn in 3D, as we have pump, which is under the angle theta from the optical axis, which is on the Z, and then we have non-collinear angle alpha, where we are amplifying our signal, and we generate the idler, which goes on the other way. Here on the example of amplification in BBO crystal, we have as a pump we use second harmonic of ytterbium-YAG emission, which is here second harmonic is 550 nanometers, and we can in this crystal amplify around 800 nanometers. So we are getting the situation which is quite similar to titanium sapphire amplifiers. So we are amplifying at similar wavelengths and using similar pump wavelength. And you can see that here is a numerical calculation of the phase matching conditions that for the angle, non-Collinear angle 2.5 degree and the theta 24.5, we can get very flat and broad phase matching from around, I don't know, 700 nanometers or up to a micron. So in all this bandwidth, we can efficiently amplify the pulses. So we can get very short pulses as a result. So obviously, optical parametric amplification has multiple advantages. So one of them is that we get very high gain in a single pass because we can get 10 orders of magnitude of gain per a centimeter of a crystal. So on very short propagation distance, we amplify a lot. And this can help us that we don't need to use quite intricate amplification geometries as in laser amplifiers, where we need to build like these multipass or regenerative amplifiers. But it can be simply a crystal and 2 beams, and that's it. We also get very high contrast ratio because this nonlinear effect kind of happens basically instantaneously. So we get gain only in the time when the pump pulse is present, unlike the laser amplification. And so we can get some parametric fluorescence, as I mentioned before. However, this fluorescence happens only in that amplification window when the pump pulse is present. We have also the signal phase preserved. So we can use chirp pulse amplification techniques as in laser amplification. So we can have our stretcher, we can amplify, and we can have compression, because during the amplification, the signal still maintains its phase. The amplification is very tunable, so we can choose the amplification window where we want to work, and we also can get very broad gain bandwidth. Even, I would say, more higher than with the titanium sapphire, for example. Moreover, in some special geometries, we can even combine multiple beams. It doesn't have to be one pump. We can have more pump beams with even different wavelengths, and we can combine them, and they can kind of transfer their energy into the signal, which may be also advantageous. We can also improve the bandwidth like that. On the other hand, there are obviously some disadvantages as well. So I would say the main disadvantage is that all this kind of simplicity of the OPA kind of transfers the complications to the pump lasers, because the pump lasers must be then of a very high quality in terms of energy stability, pointing stability, and they have to provide sufficient intensity, and they have to be perfectly synchronized with the signal. There is obviously some energy loss into the idler wave, but during the laser amplification, we have these kind of losses as well, right? Because there is a quantum defect. I think the other important disadvantage, or let's say kind of obstacle, is the necessity of the precise pump and signal matching in space and time. So because the amplification happens only when the pump is present, you need to perfectly overlap your pump and signal. So, for example, in case of L1 laser, which Robert showed you, we are amplifying 3 picosecond long pulses. So it means that our pump pulses are 3 picosecond, and our signal is slightly shorter than that. But that means that the jitter between those 2 pulses, the timing jitter, has to be cannot be bigger than a few tenths of femtoseconds. So you have to synchronize your pulses with a femtosecond precision. And also they have to overlap in space, so there also have to be stabilization of the pointing. So for these cases, like you need to have for these kind of short pulses, for these picosecond amplifiers, you have to have some optical feedback loops, which then provide like the jitter compensation, which compensate for all the vibrations and air currents and stuff, which can kind of detune your amplified pulses and therefore decrease the efficiency or stability. This is a very nice kind of overview table which was made by our colleague František Batista, and it shows how widely tunable the parametric amplification can be. So there are like multiple common crystals, and for each crystal there is a pump wavelength. Then it shows what kind of signal we can amplify, so what's the phase matching bandwidth we can get, and also of the idler. So the idler can be obviously also utilized. So you can see that only in LBO we can amplify from visible to infrared. But if we use also other crystal, we can amplify even in the mid-infrared range, which is quite interesting. That unlike lasers, which are working on single lines typically, or have some kind of limited bandwidth, the OPAs can bridge basically all these wavelengths. And this is another nice picture which shows what's the difference between optical parametric amplification and laser amplification. So there was even a question before on that. So here in the time domain, when we have a laser amplifier, we send a pump pulse into some active medium. The pump pulse is absorbed, our gain rises, and then slowly decreases due to spontaneous emission. Somewhere later after the pump pulse, we send our seed and we amplify the pulse. So these two events are not happening in the same time. Well, in the OPA, the pump and signal have to be present at the same time, because the gain is only present when the pump is there. If we look at the frequency domain, Robert already explained to you how we have the detrimental effect of gain narrowing. So that's basically what is shown here as well. So we have an active medium with a limited gain bandwidth. We amplify our seed, and if we amplify it, the more we amplify it, the narrower the signal gets. That's quite different to the OPA, where we have gain given by the phase matching conditions, and also by the Volkov conditions, which I didn't mention, but mainly by the phase matching. And when we have our seed and amplify it, we basically amplify all the wavelengths we have in the seed, and if they match our gain bandwidth, and eventually if we have like this kind of peak here in the middle, because we kind of start to saturate the amplification, this part also, because of the high intensity, starts to be either kind of just slows the amplification, or even starts to get back converted. And therefore we kind of then more amplify the wings, and we can end up with even broader bandwidth than we started with, which is interesting. So finally we are getting to the third nonlinear polarization, third order nonlinear polarization effects. So these effects can be found in all dielectric materials which have third order susceptibility, high 3. So it can be air, it can be glass, it can be crystals, it can be even birefringent crystals. So it's happening in all these materials. And the most common or most important effect is so-called Kerr effect. The Kerr effect can be described as a change of the refractive index, which depends on intensity. So each material has certain refractive index, but when we send high intense beam through it, we alter this refractive index by changing the polarization of the medium. And this leads to multiple effects like self-focusing, self-phase modulation, self-steepening, four-wave mixing, and others. All these effects are virtually instantaneous. However, we also get some delayed nonlinear response based on the phonon interaction, which are Raman and Brillouin scattering. So let's have a closer look at these effects. So let's start with self-focusing. So self-focusing is the effect which is kind of described in the kind of space. So we have some beam which has certain profile. Let's assume our beam has a Gaussian profile, and so it can look like this in 2D representation. So this red curve. So this propagates through a medium and gives rise to a nonlinear index of refraction. So our index of refraction is altered, and it copies exactly the profile of the beam. So we get a changed kind of index of refraction profile in the medium. Now, if we have such a medium with altered index of refraction and we propagate a flat wavefront through it, it acts as a lens. So that's how we get self-focusing. So the beam propagates through the medium, and just due to its own intensity, it starts focusing. So here it's once again drawn like in the kind of from in the view from the side. We have the medium through which propagates a Gaussian beam. However, if the beam is strong enough, if it's intense enough, we get self-focusing, and the beam can collapse into a small focus and can even damage the medium. For this Gaussian, the Gaussian beam case, these are the numerical equations which kind of show how this self-focusing happens. So the important parameter is critical power. So it's this PCR, and it basically tells you, like when you reach the critical power of your beam, so that's the point where your diffraction, your natural diffraction of the beam is exactly compensates the self-focusing. So your beam propagates, and normally it always has some divergence. But if it reaches the critical power, this divergence is compensated by the nonlinear effect of self-focusing. So your beam can, in theory, propagate long distances without any divergence. However, when we exceed this power, the beam focuses, and in what distance it focuses shows this other equation. What is interesting is that we are talking here about critical power, not the critical intensity, because up till now we were always talking about intensity, which is responsible for the nonlinear response. The reason is that that as the beam diffraction is basically inversely dependent on the diameter of the beam, as well as the focusing through this nonlinear effect. So these two kind of effects kind of cancel each other. So this critical power is not dependent on the beam size. So it simply is at certain power. But obviously, if you have a smaller beam with the same amount of power, your focus distance will be closer than if it's a large beam. So the time equivalent of the self-focusing is self-phase modulation. So now, before we were talking about what happens in space when we change the index of refraction. Now we can have a look what happens with the pulse itself in time because of the same effect. So let's say we have a Gaussian pulse in time now, and as you can see, as it propagates, the index of refraction at the peak of the pulse is higher than at the wings of the pulse. So also the phase velocity of the peak is smaller than of the wings. So what it does is that our phase in this carrier kind of starts to be kind of altered, and we start to generate new frequencies, and also we kind of disperse the beam in this manner. So here you can see it also what happens with the spectrum while this is happening. So as the phase is kind of changing, this kind of necessarily leads to change in your spectrum. So this can be used for broadening your spectra, so it can be a positive effect. So you kind of propagate your beam through a medium, you broaden it, and then if you manage to compress it, you get a shorter pulse. However, also the dispersion of the pulse changes, so it can be also a parasitic effect when you don't have a mean to compensate for the extra nonlinear chirp. If we already have a chirp pulse and it happens to be negative chirp, then instead of the spectral broadening, we get spectral narrowing, which is just interesting effect, and we have to be therefore careful in what conditions our pulses propagate through whatever medium. And the kind of similar effect is self-steepening. It works for very short pulses. So again, the peak of the very short pulse has a smaller index of refraction, smaller, and therefore also smaller group velocity than the wings of the pulse. And as the pulse propagates, basically the wings go faster than the peak, and what happens is that basically we get very steep kind of trailing edge of the pulse. And because there is like a huge derivation like of this kind of change in intensity, it has even higher kind of effect on this self-phase modulation as we saw before, and it also kind of increases more dramatically the spectrum as it is used during the generation of supercontinuum. So supercontinuum basically combines all these three effects together, which we are talking about it. So it is, supercontinuum is an ultra-broad spectrum generated by intense laser pulses in nonlinear optical materials. And it all uses just the Kerr nonlinearity. So it uses self-focusing, which is responsible for a dramatic increase in intensity in the medium. Then the filament is generated, and there the self-phase modulation happens, which is responsible for a significant increase in bandwidth. These supercontinua are either kind of made in fibers, the dynamic is a little different, or in a bulk. And I will show you more how does it work in a bulk, because it combines all these effects we were talking about. So here we have a medium. It can be a glass, it can be sapphire, it can be yak, and we focus light into it. And as it kind of gets into the nonlinear medium, it starts to be self-focusing, and it focuses into very small filament. It starts that the plasma starts to be generated, and the plasma creates a filament, a kind of which leads the light through, and it confines it in a very narrow area. So the intensity in this plasma channel is very high, and as the light propagates through, you can see on this graph, like it's slowly getting broader and broader. So due to self-phase modulation, we are getting broader bandwidth. Eventually, when the bandwidth is broad enough, like the differences of the group velocities of this upper part of the spectrum with the lower part spectrum are so different that in time the pulses virtually split, and suddenly we get like the propagation of two pulses in time. And each of those pulses gets self-steepened as before, and that gives rise to even more strong, very rapid kind of explosion of spectrum, which is then called supercontinuum. And that can be used for other purposes. If our energy is very strong, that even after the filament kind of disperses, defocuses, it can even be focused again, and it can create another filament. I mean, there would be another pulse splitting and even more bandwidth, and this can happen obviously as long as we have enough energy. The use of the supercontinuum is kind of very broad. So one of them is, for example, precision spectroscopic measurement, like in frequency combs. it can be also used for very tunable ultra broadband source for biological imaging, like here we can see the example. These plasma filaments, they can also be created in air, and they can be used for conducting the discharges, so it can work as a lightning rod in a way. So we can send the pulses and attract lightnings. And what is maybe most interesting in terms of laser physics is that we can use this supercontinuum as a seed for high energy short pulse amplifiers. So I will show you a little more to that. So this is basically our experiment we've done some time ago. So we had a YAG rod which was about this long, and we propagated short picosecond pulses from ytterbium YAG amplifier through it, and we generated a supercontinuum. We took this kind of near infrared part from it, and you can see it was very nice spectrum, and which was very broad, even broader than you can typically get from the titanium sapphire, and very stable with a nice profile. Interestingly, this supercontinuum, this generated supercontinuum was even more stable in energy than the pulses of which were generating it. So like this, well, just with putting a rod into your kind of longer picosecond pulses, you can generate very broadband seed for your laser chain, and you can replace with that very complicated titanium sapphire oscillators, which is quite convenient, and we are now using it in several of our projects. And the last topic I want to talk about is also related to high 3/3 order nonlinearity, and it's delayed nonlinear response. So until now, the response of the electrons of the medium we assume to be virtually instantaneous. So when there is a field, the polarization happens and gives rise to some nonlinear effects. But also, this high intensity can generate or interact with vibrations of the lattice or of the material. So these vibrations are obviously not instantaneous. They are fast, but not instantaneous, and these interactions are called Brillouin scattering and Raman scattering. These lattice vibrations are usually called or quantized as phonons. So we distinguish the acoustic phonons, which are in the frequencies in gigahertz region, and that's related to the Brillouin scattering. And you can imagine it that, like, because the frequency is lower, that all the neighboring ions are basically oscillating with the same phase. And then there are so that's why it's called acoustic phonons. And for case of Raman scattering, the optical phonons, the frequency is higher in the terahertz region, and so the frequency is so high that the ions are basically oscillating with a totally different phase. So the processes are influenced by that. So first, the Brillouin scattering. You have a spontaneous Brillouin scattering, which is which can kind of manifest itself as a reflection of your propagating high-intensity beam on thermally generated phonons. And this can eventually give rise to stimulated Brillouin scattering when we have high field intensities. These kind of counter-propagating waves, which were reflected from thermally generated phonons, can generate a traveling refractive index grating, like a Bragg grating, which even further enhances the reflection of the light and further stimulates this Brillouin effect. So you can see the dynamic or the mechanism here on the picture. We have an input optical wave. It's partially backscattered on the thermally generated phonons, and as these two waves propagate against each other, they interfere and create some kind of standing wave. This standing wave creates an acoustic wave due to electrostriction. So because it increases it has changes in polarization of the medium. It creates an acoustic wave in the medium. And this acoustic wave further kind of acts as a traveling refractive index grating and further enhances the reflection. So this then works as an active feedback because it further kind of increases the contrast of the grating, and the grating becomes more efficient in reflection of the pulse. So eventually what can happen is that you shoot your pulse into, for example, the glass or crystal amplifier, and it gets reflected back, and this damages your amplifier somewhere on the way. So you have to be careful with the high energetic pulses because of the Brillouin scattering. This scattering is, however, a very narrow band, so like this kind of bandwidth of this scattering is of the order of hundreds of megahertz, and when the wave is reflected from this acoustic wave, it carries away some of this kind of bandwidth or some of this oscillation kind of energy, and so there is a small shift in your optical frequency by about this factor. However, to counter this effect, you can simply send your pulse a little kind of more with a broader bandwidth than just a very narrow line. And then what happens is that this grating is kind of smeared off, and this effect cannot happen, at least with such an intensity. So that's how this parasitic effect in high energy nanosecond amplifiers can be mitigated. However, this Brillouin scattering can be also used for something positive, and for example can be used for creating phase conjugated mirrors. It can also be used because it's very narrow band, it can be used as a narrow kind of as a feedback for narrow line lasers if you are really interested in very pure wavelengths. It's used in fiber sensors and so on. And the last thing is the Raman scattering. So it's also an inelastic scattering on vibrational rotational modes of the nonlinear medium, and it can be solids, liquids, gases. And the way how to imagine it is, for example, if you have CO2 molecules, which has 3 atoms, this molecule can have multiple kind of modes how it can vibrate and how it can be rotate, and all these vibrations and rotations are quantized. So you have a molecule with some vibrational and rotational states, and when your light interacts with this kind of molecule, it can either kind of excite these vibrational kind of modes, or it can, when the molecule already vibrates, it can be scattered from it and carry away the energy of the vibration. So the first case, when it kind of excites the vibration, is called Stokes-Raman lines. So these kind of, as you can see it here, so this longer wavelengths. So we are losing part of the energy of light and giving it to the molecule, or we can get the energy from the molecule, and it's anti-Stokes. You can see that the anti-Stokes Raman lines are typically much weaker because this process is less probable. As you can see on this chart here, in this Raman case, we are not exciting the electronic levels. We are exciting some, let's say, virtual energy level, and then we kind of relax back, and we either add or remove this vibrational energy. And that's interesting because you can basically probe these vibrational energy levels with very kind of high frequency light photons, which is easy to generate, and you don't have to have very, very kind of far infrared photons, which would normally be necessary for the transition between these vibrational levels. Because these molecular vibrations are in the order of 1 terahertz to 100 terahertz, and laser frequencies are usually around hundreds of terahertz. So this can be then used in, for example, Raman lasers, where when we have this Raman medium, we can shift the lines a little bit by this Stokes shift to different wavelength. This way was, for example, demonstrated first lasing on silicon, so because the silicon has indirect band gap and you cannot create a normal laser out of it, but however you can create a Raman laser. And that's important, for example, for these silicon optoelectronic devices where you can combine light with electronic, basically, on one chip. But it's also widely used in spectroscopy. There is like a whole zoo of different Raman spectroscopies, spontaneous, stimulated, resonance, coherent, anti-Stokes, femtosecond stimulated. And all these types of spectroscopies are used in scientific research in biology and medicine, for monitoring of pharmaceuticals, or for non-destructive identification of substances and chemical compositions. For example, you can detect explosives by that and distinguish whether some substance is explosive or not. So here's the image of some very complex biological molecule, and through the Raman spectroscopy you can find all the possible kind of dynamic and structure. How is this molecule composed? So that's my last slide, which kind of shows one application of the Raman scattering Raman spectroscopy, which is also being done here at ELI-Beamlines, and it's femtosecond stimulated Raman spectroscopy. You can see that you need quite an intricate laser setup to perform this type of spectroscopy, because it uses kind of complicated lasers. So the way it works is that you have a very short pulse, and you have some organic molecule, you excite it to the higher electronic level. Then, before it relaxes, you send another pulse, a longer pulse, which stimulates the Raman vibrations, and then you probe it with a third pulse. So the third pulse reads out in what state this molecule actually is. And you can change the delay between these pulses, and like that you can get the whole femtosecond dynamic of these very complex molecules, and it gives you very important data about how, for example, the carotenoids work. Okay, that's all from my side. So thank you for your attention. And
Thank you very much, Jakub, for your great talk, great lecture. And yes, we do have, I can see you now. We do have plenty of questions, which I'm going to ask you. So let me start from Fozul Rizal. So actually, the first one was Vakas Pervez. He's asking if there is any difference between second harmonic generation and summing frequency generation.
Yes, so there is no difference, because it's basically the subsection of the same thing. I'll try to get back to that. So second harmonic generation is basically some frequency generation, but these two waves are of the same frequency. So it's kind of degenerate process of the sum frequency.
Can we have more details in quasi-phase matching, please?
Okay, so quasi-phase matching. So yeah, what kind of details? So yeah, well, there is a lot actually about it. As I said, the most common quasi-phase match material is periodically poled lithium niobate, And maybe what is interesting is how it is created, this kind of structure. As I said, you kind of have to put the electrodes, like you have to deposit the electrodes in very fine structure, which corresponds to your kind of phase matching conditions. And then as you apply the field, it changes the structure of lithium and niobate inside the lattice. And that's how the poling is achieved, and it has to be precisely tailored for your application. So there was this example of a second harmonic of 1 micron beam, which has 3.4 micron period, or half the period is 3.4 micron. However, if you had different wavelength, your period would be different. And what you can also have is that each of these segments can have different thickness, and that's, for example, so that's kind of chirped periodically poled crystal, and that's kind of for some special cases of broadband phase matching. They can even be tapered, so you can have a varying kind of thickness of each segment in different kind of in different say like positions. So if you have, for example, angularly chirped beam, or spatially chirped beam, so you have different frequencies at different position of the beam, you can phase match each part of the beam and different part of the crystal, and for each special wavelength there is different thickness of this periodically poled crystal. There is obviously multiple types of the crystal. There are some with magnesium and stuff. Maybe it's.
So I will ask you now the last question. Is from Dipender Singh. Already second question, so very active. Can we have any technique that the nature gives us phase matched process?
Once again, if you have a technique.
I'll say it again. Can we have any techniques that nature gives us phase matched process?
Well, I think like all these, for example, these third order processes are kind of more or less kind of phase matched, right? But that's probably not exactly what you were asking. I think you were probably more thinking about the second order processes, and I'm actually trying to think whether it somehow naturally occurs somewhere. I wouldn't be surprised if it did, but because you typically need very high intensities to even observe it, it would be interesting if it were kind of somewhere in the at least living nature, because there you typically don't have such intensities occurring. So I don't know about it, but it's interesting question.
Thank you very much, Jakub, again for your great. Let me welcome the last speaker of this afternoon session, and she is Birgit Plotzeneder. She is the head of control system at ELI-Beamlines, and she will, in her lecture, she will cover a lot of technological aspects related to running experiments in a power laser facilities. So, yes, Birgit, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. As I said, my name is Birgit Plotzeneder, and I am in charge of control systems here at ELI-Beamlines facility. I was thinking about how to approach this lecture. I'm seeing that I'm the only, let's say, engineer out here, and most of you are physicists. And then I was realizing I'm overthinking it, because I work a lot with physicists, and most of them have a very intense curiosity about what we're doing and how we're doing things, and we have very interesting and valuable discussions about how to work together, and I actually have 2 physicists in my team. what does it mean to build a facility control system? And when people ask me, what does that mean, I usually show them this picture. And this is the ELI-Beamlines main control room. And it's exactly what you can see in a documentary or a movie about, let's say, space exploration or big physics, absolutely the same. And yeah, it's also exactly that cool in the sense of, I may not press the red button, but I'm in charge of building the red button, and that's kind of fun. What I don't say to people, and that is actually the aspect that is even more interesting, and that it is mostly empty. And that is, we believe in automation, and that means we actually don't want human operators to sit there and look at the vacuum system and check, can you press the button? But we want the systems to be automatic. And we want to really, really, really say that the scientists who are working in our facility are making human decisions. They're interacting obviously with the systems, and they're operating, and they're exist, and they're doing an incredibly valuable and important job. But I want them to click a button because they want physics to happen. And in the state we are in at the moment, we're building that infrastructure, is that for every click a scientist does on the infrastructure, roughly 500 to 1,000 actions happen automatically in the background. Here you can see one of the people actually kind of keeping this infrastructure alive is actually an engineer of mine, and working with an intercom system, and that is also something that does not come naturally. I mean, we started with an empty building, so somebody has to actually build those kind of toys and build those kind of concepts for that. The reason also why we don't really have people in the main control room is that to check up on the status of the infrastructure, you don't need to necessarily go to a physical room these days. And I can show you what I see when I sit at the couch at home. That's sort of the infrastructure here. You see me checking up are all my systems online. I was preparing this presentation on Friday, so everything was green, so it was a good day. It was Friday evening. The L4 guys were still operating. They had some kilojoule. The L1 guys had just stopped at 6 p.m., 6:30, and started plasma cleaning their systems. And so that's an interesting thing to do. We currently store and record around 10 billion measurements per day, and that's not cheating in the sense of to say we are storing a spectrum as and counting that 10,000 times or an image 1,000,000 times, but that is actually the reality of the data that people can access, people can work with, and it's important to our infrastructure. People, when they talk about this, and they obviously, and from a physics point of view, you have like all these words that are related to physics that you've heard today and will hear in the next upcoming days, and that is obviously about the laser pulses and about the applications there. I do see something different, and I see actually a lot of motors and computers and digital inputs and networks and a very, very complex and largely grown system. There's two challenges here, and the one challenge is enabling extreme physics. When physics goes to the extreme, the engineering that supports it and enables it has to follow, and that means we're talking about really, really big data. We're talking about really, really fast and precise triggers, and we're talking about extremely low latencies. Just to give you two examples, and that is an impression of my server room, main server room. You're familiar, all of you, with network connections, standard copper cable, gigabits. Then, I mean, we're actually not really doing a lot on copper, only on the field level. We're working with optical fibers as a network infrastructure, which typically runs at Gen G. We are also running up to 100G nowadays, and you have 15,000 of them, interconnecting pretty much anything with anything in this place. That's a very, very large network. Another example is actually from a data acquisition that I did for one of the halls, one of the colleagues who's probably talking in the summer school as well. And it is a system that is producing big data. As a single source, we're talking about a time-of-flight application here, single source producing at a kilohertz, since we have a high heart rate laser, and at 10 gigasamples per second. In practical reality, that is, when this thing runs, it produces 140 terabytes in a single week. And that is something that is quite big data and mind-blowing to watch. I mean, the first time you turn that on and you see every second the 2 gigabyte file appearing, That's big data. I can also give you the story of this particularly plot, and I always claim it as a stress test and a stability test. And that's because data acquisition at this level breaks everything. I mean, it is not like you can buy a data acquisition system and it works, but it is at the technical boundaries of what is commercially available. And that means you are going to learn when you build something like that network cards can overheat, that it does matter how long a USB cable is, and going to discover bugs and mistakes in implementations and differences in systems that you've never known before. I can say that, and so getting a system like this to be stable is actually a really significant effort and a big challenge and big, I would say, piece of work for what we do in control systems. That this system is running stably is we actually know because I forgot to turn it off. And it was an interesting experience when I did that. We kept it running. We did actually a test, a performance test before a user run. And for some reason, I didn't stop the acquisition. We discovered that roughly a week later. We also discovered that day it is not even that easy to delete 200 terabytes of data from a file system. Your computer and your controller is going to crash. The other challenge is, and that is actually, in my opinion, the bigger challenge, and that is dealing with complexity and scale. You see here a picture of a hall, and you see what all my colleagues have presented on the physics applications, a lot of stations, a lot of different lasers, and they come from very different, let's say, sources. And as an engineer, that is a challenge. You see here, this is a picture, a bit of an older one of our halls of E1. And every single station there was built by a different team, was somehow in collaborations, was somehow delivered as a black box, or it was built completely in-house. And it's technically different. And for me, in terms of integration, that is definitely one of the biggest challenges. To give you an impression of that, I will start with an example that is very familiar to you, most of you, hopefully, and that is, what does it mean to take a picture of a laser shot? I mean, you all hopefully have worked or will work in some way in the lab and know how to deal with basic equipment in the sense of do that. You're going to have a camera and you need a trigger cable, and the camera obviously needs a power supply. Maybe you're going to have a small switch. You're going to have a display and control software. It can be a laptop, can be something. And you're going to spend a week writing a software to interface that camera, to make that run in the way that it produces the data you need to do a get you scientific results you want. For me, that looks very, very different. I can tell you I came to ELI in 2013 or 14, and I started working on cameras. And I remember counting cameras, and I remember discovering 117 different models. I have absolutely no idea how many different models of cameras nowadays exist. But I do know that laser physics is a lot about using cameras, since the lasers are often invisible, and you need to work with them. So do you spend a week on writing a software driver for every single of those camera models? I mean, I don't have those many people, and especially since I don't just have cameras to deal with. And there's absolutely no way. What you do is you write something generic and you develop something generic that works for a few models, but you need to understand what the needs are so that your physicists can take the pictures that they need, but at the same time you can support that really well. And then you also discover patterns in like how they're using those cameras, and to say, okay, we always want to calculate the centroid. We are always going to store the data somewhere. We're going to make it accessible. And you try to do that as generically as possible so that you can support a lot of them. One thing that you're also going to quickly better sort out is your naming and cabling conventions. And I always like this article that I found a couple of years ago from people who didn't. And when you have thousands of pieces of equipment, that can become a problem. And this article is about a group of CERN engineers, and they run out of space to actually do their cable trace. And so there was a group, and whose job it was to spend 6 months to retrace and relabel all kinds of devices and cables. And man, that job would suck. I mean, I really don't want to be in a position where I spend 6 months of my life finding out which cable is connected to what. So you get very motivated to do that. And then obviously you have to store that in a database because you have to remember where your devices belong to and how they are actually interconnected, what their settings are. So you start developing databases. Somebody needs to build the cable and somebody needs to build the connector for the camera. And obviously that is something you can do in a lab yourself, and, but not at the scale that we're working in. And to give you an idea about this order of magnitude we're working in, I probably buy roughly a truck full of connectors, random connectors, per year. We are working with an order of magnitude of, I would say, 15 to 20 kilometers of cables every single month that we're installing. So these kind of dimensions are really big. There's also an aspect there is, what if that camera cable breaks, or what if that camera breaks? Because you don't necessarily want to be in a situation where one breaking camera that is for some reason really essential shuts down operations in the facility. And so you start keeping stock of components so that this one broken connector that is just so stupid doesn't shut down the laser. You see a picture here, we have currently developing actually a SPPED's database, but we have a really large Excel sheet and we're keeping around 1,400 standard components on average in stock or on a just-in-time delivery contract, just so that we are enabling operations. The trigger obviously also doesn't come from a coax cable because that coax cable has to be connected to somewhere, and this can be a very long and detailed decision could be on how to actually build timing systems at the level of precision that is needed for working with lasers. When we're talking here in this facility about synchronized pump roll experiments, so we're going even into the topic of optical synchronization, but we're talking about picoseconds, low picoseconds, tens of picoseconds, hundreds of picoseconds, depending on the application of the scientists doing. In terms of absolute timing, we are working with the kilohertz system. That means the absolute time systems that we are building have to be able to distinguish between pulses at a millisecond. And an average network timing protocol, as you know it from a computer, is basically a factor of 100 too slow. You can see here some of the infrastructure we built is we have a GPS receiver, and that is disciplining the oscillators that are driving the seed lasers. We have a link, actually 40 kilometers of fiber to the national timing infrastructure to understand what the absolute time is. And then we're distributing it over fibers in the infrastructure. And this situation, I haven't even talked about where to run the software yet. I haven't talked about what kind of computing infrastructure yet and how to store the data, which obviously, if you're talking about hundreds of cameras and billions of values, is not necessarily a hard drive, and how to display it. So how do you deal with that? And unfortunately, there is no manual on how to build a facility control system. I really wish there was, but there isn't. And the way we're approaching it is we figured out we're going to divide our control systems in zones, and we say a laser is a zone, an experimental station can be a zone, there is a beam transport for a laser can be a zone. Each zone of that we identified has an instance of basically more or less the same infrastructure. That means there are subsystems like vacuum systems, there are systems like timing systems in there, and they depend on common services. They're well-defined and standard interfaces so that they can interact and that we kind of not duplicating the work, because all you've seen here with the cameras, when I talked about dealing with 114 cameras, it's for every piece of equipment we're dealing with. We have to try to get that in a structure that is as easy as possible, because the complexity is just growing in development, in support, in operations, and in maintenance. So we try to keep everything as standardized as possible, while at the same time not constraining the use case of the physicists. We have a functional zone division. We also have something we call a facility zone. I have to admit, it is a catch-all zone for everything that we do not know where to fit. In a typical CS zone, and when we build that up, we start with basic electrical infrastructure. And in a physics environment, we're talking, obviously, as you can see from the pictures, about clean rooms. It means contamination and material choice has some influence. We mostly worry actually about the contamination more inside of the vacuum systems, the materials we're using. We're aware of that we have to be careful. But otherwise, I mean, we're not really using materials that are very outgassing. We are in physics environment, is EMP and non-EMP is definitely a factor. I mean, we're dealing with high energy lasers, especially when they have laser plasma interaction. That's a problem. Means anytime you get really energy on, especially fluid targets, metal targets, that's something that's massively influencing electronics. And we also see that now in one of our lasers with the flash lamps, that it is really good at shutting down the systems. So that is a factor. We have to consider radiation or lack of radiation there. It's also depending on the interaction. Radiation is good also at frying equipment. Everything physics do as good at frying equipment. It is, I mean, we're dealing here with stochastic effects, but also cumulative effects. We're dealing with noise on detectors from that, and so you have to take that into account. And what we do there is we do build cable trays, and we build cabinets and structures of mechanical structures. Here you see a couple of pictures. We also then install basic infrastructure. That means timing and network infrastructure. We kind of distribute that, and physical installation of all those 15,000 fibers, which were not there when we started the building, and the network switches, and they do not magically appear, but somebody has to take care of them. Then we're talking about piping and instrumentation in the sense of somebody has to build water pipes that cool down any kind of detectors, or that cool down pumps, or you're talking about sometimes gas distribution, fortunately not that much here. Then also, and I have to say that is increasingly important, it is the monitoring of the availability and the functionality, because if you don't cool down your vacuum system, or if you don't keep like your oscillator room thermally stable, I mean, you're not going to operate. In addition to that, we add in every control system zone user interaction infrastructure, and that means we have control rooms, and here is actually where the real scientists are working and where the operators are sitting, not in the main control room. And see here a picture of one of our control rooms. That was very nice thing to be witness of, to actually a first light in that hall. It's really just this moment. You're building their infrastructure for displaying the data from HDMI switches. You build the intercom system. You're building thin clients in the sense of we are not controlling actually anything from the control room, and the control room is just a very lightweight computer, and everything that matters happens in the server room and on powerful infrastructure. And we're building then the software. Here you see a screenshot of one of them where they can access that. And then obviously we have to build the control systems, and that is the subsystems which are vacuum controls for its machine safety and personal safety, interlock systems, timing systems, environmental monitoring systems, a lot of motion control systems, especially for alignment, and then diagnostics and data acquisition. We currently have 2,200, actually it's probably 2,300-ish devices fully integrated. That means absolutely automated and running, and roughly every month we add 50 to 100. These days, nowadays, 95% is standard equipment and 5% exists, because we need to make something happen that wouldn't work with the standard equipment. See the pictures here. I'm very proud of the quality of my cables, and that we do not have a cable mess. So you got this, and then you are going to actually start writing the software. This is a slide I stole from one of my colleagues, Gabriele, with whom I work very closely. You can see that by the style. He does prettier slides than me. And you basically build the software from the ground up. You write software drivers for the individual pieces of equipment. We call that the device layer. You deploy that on control servers, and then you have an integration layer, a common one, and you build databases and you build services on top of that that are working with these kind of technologies and interfacing them. Support service is also very, very important in the sense of alarms, alerts, and scripting and log analysis. And as I said to you, there's a high degree of complexity. Things fail all the time, and that's okay. I mean, you know, you have 10,000 pieces of equipment and connections. Something's going to break every day, and what you want to have to build an operationally stable and working laser is that then you get the text message that tells you, okay, you got to fix it. And then one day you actually land up with that beam image, and that's a very, very long journey, I would say, to get there, but an important one. And actually also what one day you end up and you tell to your guys, you know guys, I want to see that from my couch at home. And then you guys say, So first, this is a cybersecurity problem. This is, obviously it is. I mean, it is a significant challenge when it comes to cybersecurity because the networks we're building are also interfacing with systems that if they fail, they can kill people. The second says this is a data rate problem, which is also true. Because, yeah, we're talking about big data and rates that are not typically seen in an industrial or commercial environment. The third says, yeah, the software architect said this is hard. And this, I think, is the most interesting part about working in science is that you say, this is hard, but it's worth it. And that's it from me. And
Thank you very much, Birgit, for your great lecture. We learned a lot about control systems at ELI-Beamlines. And you also had the nice role of being the last speaker of a very, very long day. So thank you for doing it. And actually, we have a question from the audience here. So how do you see these new trending topics as AI, machine learning in your field, in your work? Can they play a role in it?
It's a shame, actually, that I don't have an access to a live computer here. I mean, obviously, what you've seen on the screen here, this display and dashboard that I saw from my couch at home, is an interface to something that is leading to machine learning. In the practical reality, machine learning, artificial intelligence is already very present in our field. Right now that is, and what we have here deployed in ELI-Beamlines is about mostly about mathematical parameterization of complex systems. To say you have a very, very, very complex diagnostics optical system and you are using mostly supervised learning methods to work with that. But what you see in these, let's say, dashboards that here is, I have right now 10 billion measurement values there. I have 10,000 values that live describe the system and the infrastructure you're working in. And I have at the same time probably per minute 6,000 to 10,000 log values. And for us, we're just starting projects where we are trying to use automatic systems to understand how they're working. That means I actually have, and I can show that to you in my office at some point, is we're talking about initially anomaly detection, so very, very practical use case in the sense of what goes wrong, I want an alert. But then you're talking about unsupervised learning, that is correlations, that is finding out, okay, which of those 9,000 values matters and drives the laser operational performance. So this is a big thing for us, yeah.
Thank you very much, Birgit. So, thank you, ELI Summer School attendees, for attending today's first day of the school. And we finished the lectures for today. Therefore, I would like to, I'm looking forward actually to see you tomorrow at 9 in the morning, Prague time, Central European Summer Time. And for who of you is already enrolled in a workshop, they will start in about 42 minutes at 5 o'clock afternoon, Prague time. So yeah, slightly more than 40 minutes. So I take this occasion to greet you one last time. And please don't forget to vote for the best poster, which is on the summer school website. And yeah, see you tomorrow. Bye.